Chapter 937. Surrounded by the endless dark blue sea, there were no islands around, nor were there any ships built by humans. Other than the occasional sound of seagulls flying in the sky, it was silent. It was easy to feel lonely and empty here. This was the international waters shared by Japan and Russia. At this moment, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared above the international waters, as if he was standing on invisible ground, suspended in the sky. Then, Ito-sei didn't do anything, but 3 huge ice sailboats appeared on the sea. There were dozens of them, nearly 100 of them, and they were as large as modern warships. "Target, sea cucumber," Sei Ito ordered after teleporting into one of the ships. "Yes." The combat nuns on the ship responded in unison, then used a communication method to convey Sei Ito's order to the other ships. Together, they adjusted their course and sailed toward Sea Cucumber. After giving the order, Sei Ito didn't stay in the ship for long. He walked slowly to the deck, took out a chair, and sat down. While using all his electromagnetic control ability to affect the magnetic field around the fleet to confuse satellite surveillance and radar detection, he took out a quantum computer and placed it on his lap. He then chose a single-player game and played it leisurely. After a few hours, which was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Queen's fleet finally approached Sea Cucumber's port and was within range. Fire at will. Ito-sei raised his head and looked at the Sea Cucumber that was clearly visible and ordered in a low voice. After that, the entire Queen's fleet immediately turned around. They lined up in a well-proportioned half-moon shape and opened the cannons on the side of the ship. One by one, the ice cannons were poked out of the ship, calibrated, and locked on to Sea Cucumber. Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, accompanied by a sudden roar and light flashing at the muzzle of the cannons, the Queen's fleet's attack sequence was officially launched. The first target of the fleet was the steel fleet parked outside the port. Under the bombardment of the magic cannons, the steel fleet parked in the port quickly suffered varying degrees of damage. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Only then did the garrison in Sea Cucumber realize that they were under attack. They shouted as they ran out of their barracks and sounded the battle alarm. But this world had been peaceful for too long, the military had long forgotten what war was. Even the soldiers were lax. On normal days, he was mostly carefree and did not have much of a soldier's style. Therefore, under this sudden attack, almost all of them ran out of their barracks in panic, trying to find a place to hide. Fortunately, not all of the soldiers were like this. There were also some who were naturally bold and dared to rush to the front of the cannon. They controlled the heavy cannons to counterattack the Queen's fleet led by Sei Ito. At the same time, the officers who had regained their senses began to perform their duties. They organized the soldiers and began to set up defenses according to wartime safety regulations. At this time, Sei Ito's mind, based on the secret documents of Academy City that he obtained from the magic Forbidden World, he imitated the 4th Mugino Shizuri's atomic collapse creation. Sei Ito, Tien, summoned the large machines that had been temporarily installed with water element components. As soon as the 3 machines appeared, they aimed at Sea Cucumber Harbor and fired a green atomic disintegrator beam. The cannons moved from left, center, and right, sweeping the objects in the harbor like energy whip. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the atomic disintegration beam was not something that ordinary steel could withstand. Almost as soon as it came into contact with the beam, it was vaporized and destroyed by the high temperature of the atomic disintegration beam. Then, due to the internal explosion, it turned into scorching flames that emitted thick black smoke, burning on the steel hull. They had been ambushed in the first place, so they hadn't been able to organize an effective resistance. Now, with the suppression of this overwhelming firepower, the Sea Cucumber port's forces were quickly wiped out, allowing the Queen's fleet to sail into the port smoothly. Heavens! My God! Is this real? Only now did the residents of Sea Cucumber Harbor see the Queen's fleet clearly. They all looked at the giant ice ships that reflected white light under the sun in disbelief. "Begin the landing. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot." Ito ordered the soldiers on the ships of the Queen's fleet that he summoned from the Rubik's Cube continent. Yes. As the commander of this landing operation, Monique, who was the 12th Knight of the Round Table of the Britannia Empire, had long blonde hair that hung down her back. She looked very obedient and was wearing bold and fashionable clothes. "Let's land." Then, Monique waved her hand at Sea Cucumber Harbor and ordered. As her voice fell, the soldiers wearing the special protective suits and weapons of the Britannia Empire in Luxia's world slid down the ropes and landed on the harbor facilities of Sea Cucumber Harbor. They quickly spread across the entire Sea Cucumber Harbor. The local garrison on Sea Cucumber Harbor relied on their understanding of the terrain to fight Ito's landing force. However, in the situation where their weapons and equipment were obviously inferior, they were quickly defeated and became deserters who hid in the homes of the local residents. For Ito, whose first task was to occupy Sea Cucumber Harbor, these deserters were only a small problem. After completely occupying this place, there were many ways to find them and eliminate them. Therefore, he didn't pay too much attention to them. Instead, he immediately dispatched a group of low-level personnel from Continent C to completely take over Sea Cucumber Harbor. Under the leadership of Ito, who had the support of an entire world's talents, Sea Cucumber Harbor was basically under his control in just over an hour. It became an important stronghold that could enter the northeast and enter Siberia. Just as Ito continued to summon soldiers, weapons, equipment, and newly developed airframes in the barracks to be used in the war, the whole world knew that there was an inexplicably powerful force that dared to suddenly start a war against a big country and broke through the defense of Sea Cucumber in a short period of 10 minutes, landing and occupying it. Russia, who felt the pain, immediately held a national defense meeting. At the meeting, they immediately mobilized the military and attacked the invaders at all costs to take back Sea Cucumber Harbor. After receiving the order, the military immediately gathered around the railroad and prepared to head to the battlefield of Sea Cucumber Harbor. However, at this time, Ito, who left enough military forces and combat commanders in Sea Cucumber Harbor to defend against any counterattack, had already left Sea Cucumber Harbor and appeared in Russia's capital. The next target is up to you. In other words, the next time you appear, that place will become a battlefield. Ito said to the Esper next to him, who acted as the teleportation point. "I understand." The Esper nodded and replied, "Go, this place will also become a battlefield. It won't be easy for you to leave then." Ito looked at the city in the distance and chuckled. The Esper nodded and quickly left Ito's side. After a while, he completely disappeared from Ito's sight. Watching the Esper leave, Ito didn't hesitate. He used his electromagnetic control ability to create a special magnetic field to interfere with all the electronic signals in the area. Then, he used his mind to summon the troops that were gathered in Continent C and led by the former 9th Knight of the Round Table of the Britannia Empire, Nanette, to the empty space next to him. Just like the troops deployed in Sea Cucumber Harbor, this troop was also equipped with several weapons that were created according to the secret information of the tree map designer. One of them was called KMN 793H. It had an optical camouflage system and could move at an average speed of 100 km per hour on the ground. It looked like a 6-legged droplet-like mobile armor. It was the land machine in the Miracle of the Endemai Urn. "Hurry up," Ito ordered in a low voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." Nanette saluted with one hand on her chest. Then, he turned to the troops behind him and shouted, "Let's go!" Then, he jumped on his nightmare and charged with the troops toward the Russian capital city that didn't know the enemy had arrived at their core location. Ito looked up and his figure flashed. He once again appeared on the outskirts of an important city in Russia and met up with the Esper standing next to him. After sending the Esper away, Seito used his mind to summon a high-tech troop led by the former fourth Knight of the Britannia Empire, Doretta, and ordered it to attack the city in front of him. Just like that, one troop after another, when night fell, the entire Russia was completely immersed in the sea of multi-sided war. The unconventional technological power on the battlefield, as well as the mysterious way in which the troops were mobilized and appeared, shocked the leaders of the various countries who were paying attention to this war. They scratched their heads and thought about how to deal with this situation. Unfortunately, they didn't know that just as they were thinking about how to deal with this situation, Seito's figure had already appeared in their countries. Just like in Russia, he deployed a large number of troops around the important cities and launched a fatal attack on them. After only 24 hours, the few superpowers on Earth in the world of spirit eating were all in a state of war. All the small and medium-sized countries that looked up to them felt despair, using the power of one world to swallow another world. This speed of blossoming everywhere is really fast. Seito sighed softly as he stood on top of the burning torch in the Statue of Liberty's hand and looked down. Then, with a thought, he activated electromagnetic control to capture the electronic signals around him. It was as if he was promoting his organization, the Garden of Eden, in an absolutely pitiful world. He forcefully transmitted his voice and image into the television and computer screens of most families in America and even most families in the world. Chapter 938. Good evening, everyone in front of the TV and the audience watching in front of the computer. Seito, who had a very elegant aristocratic smile on his face, spoke on the TV and computer screens of all the households in America, as well as some of the world's households. Please allow me to introduce myself. At this point, Seito, who was on the screen, placed one hand behind his back and the other hand on his chest. He leaned forward slightly and said, "I am Seito, the instigator of this world war." As soon as he said that, all the viewers who were watching the video, which was forced to broadcast by the electronic signal controlled by Seito, were shocked. They stared intently at the TV and computer screens, eager to hear what the self-proclaimed instigator of the war had to say. "I want it." On the screen, Seito raised his arms and opened them as if he was embracing the sun. He said, "This world. I want it to become my country." Seito retracted his hands slightly and clenched his right fist. "That's why I started this war. A war that will determine the fate of the world that you live in. A war that may change the environment that you live in. But you don't have to be afraid. What I want is the world, and I won't kill anyone who can affect my goals. As long as you can stay at home during the war and don't answer the call to join the army, I guarantee that you will be safe," Seito said with a smile. "Similarly, you have already become the people of the area that I have occupied. You don't have to be afraid. As long as you don't do anything that doesn't matter, your lives will be the same as before. You can go shopping in the market as usual. You can go to school to study, enter the nightclubs, and play with women. I won't deprive you of your right to live a normal life. Of course, in order to speed up the process of unification, I also need to seek help. I need all of you in front of the TV and computer to join my team and restore peace to the world faster." On the screen, Seito smiled and opened his arms as if he was welcoming something. "I look forward to it. I look forward to your arrival. Finally, I want to say that those who have power should fear us. Our footsteps will trample your rights. I will tear apart your disguise and make you fall from the throne of blood. Pray for the powerless. Pray that our arrival will bring you a new light and allow you to climb back up from that filthy quagmire," Seito said in a loud voice. "I am Seito, the owner of the Garden of Eden. I am here." As soon as he finished speaking, the images on the screens of the computers in all magnesium and some families around the world changed. They returned to the original movie programs and web page content they were watching. However, due to the influence of Sei Ito's speech, all the viewers who watched the video were distracted from watching the video on the screen. They all had their own thoughts. He thought about the possible changes in the future and the changes in his living environment. Of course, as the special declaration of the initiator of the war, it was definitely the hottest news article. Therefore, after Sei Ito's announcement ended, the main news channels of each country played the video of Sei Ito's declaration again to let the people who didn't see the declaration understand the situation. As the video spread more and more, its influence quickly spread and divided the people of the world into three camps. First, this was the opposing argument of those who had already gained benefit. Second, the neutral argument of those who didn't care about the matter. And finally, the third type of people who were at the lower levels and wanted to speculate or change the world. Sei Ito, who understood the situation from the internet, smiled and then used the flying thunder god technique again to appear in a small to medium-sized country and release troops to attack the country. After more than 10 days, Sei Ito visited all the existing countries on Earth, regardless of their size, and deployed troops to attack them. As a result, except for China, the United States, and Russia, the three large countries that had a lot of military depth, and some small countries that had just started the attack and couldn't be fully occupied, most of the countries, including France, England, and Germany, were captured by Sei Ito's military power that was a generation ahead of the spirit-eating world's technology and military power. However, it didn't mean that everything would be peaceful after being occupied. For example, in some countries with strange religions, or places where nationalism was prevalent, or places where there were original interests secretly funding, resistance forces were still rampant. From time to time, they would launch terrorist attacks in the local area. However, Sei Ito also had a way to deal with this situation. He directly sent out a group of ninjas and people with hypnosis and teleportation abilities to execute beheading operations against these resistance organizations. He directly eliminated the leaders of the resistance forces and brainwashed the middle-level cadres of the organizations to bring them into the scope of his rule. Under such influence, Sei Ito successfully obtained the position of the world's lord after more than 2 months and became the true ruler of the spirit-eating world. During this period, Sei Ito thought that the resistance of the forbidden spell path, a dark force that could control a country, would be fierce. However, under the threat of military power that far surpassed the current era, they were like tigers without teeth. They were very obedient and cooperated with Sei Ito to integrate the personnel sent by Sei Ito. Especially as the only successor of the forbidden spell path and had actual contact with Sei Ito, Shizuru Jino's heart was filled with shock and astonishment. As for the Environment Ministry that ruled Japan's underground and the Yin-Yang sect behind the scenes, the descendants of Abe Saimai, the Tsukimike's clan were even more obedient. They very actively cooperated with Sei Ito's army and took over the government forces on the surface. Rubik's Cube, what's the data now? On this day, Sei Ito asked in his mind. 88.7%. Looks like I can start devouring. Looking at the world control rate that appeared in his mind, Sei Ito grinned and said. Then, with a thought, he activated the Flying Thunder God and returned to the Tsukimiya residence in Kyoto, Japan, and appeared next to Yorsumi. Dear, I'm back, Sei Ito said softly as he leaned forward and stretched out his arms to hug Yorsumi from behind. Welcome back. Yorsumi leaned her back on Sei Ito's chest and replied. That's enough. You can call Kagura back later, Ito-sei said as he lifted Yomi's clothes and slid his hand up to her chest and pressed it against her chest. Okay. Yorsumi's face lit up as she agreed. Then, while enduring Sei Ito's hand that was fondling her chest, as well as the strange feeling that came from her chest, she took out her phone and dialed Tsukimiya Kagura's number. Yorsumi! Soon, Tsukimiya Kagura's slightly confused voice came from the phone. Kagura, immediately ask for leave from school and come back. Yorsumi hurriedly said. Eh? Why? Tsukimiya Kagura asked in confusion. Don't worry about it. Be a good girl and quickly ask for leave. There's something very important. Yorsumi couldn't tell Tsukimiya Kagura that the world was about to be devoured, so she couldn't help but pester her endlessly. Got it. I'll go back in a bit. Tsukimiya Kagura sighed helplessly and agreed. Okay, I'll wait for you. Remember to be quick. Yorsumi smiled and hung up the phone. Okay, Kagura will be back in a bit. Yorsumi continued. Got it. Seito smiled as he gently pinched each grain between his thumb and index finger. Alright, stop doing that. Otherwise, you won't be able to hold back again. Kanyama Yellowsumi reached out and grabbed Ito-sei's arm. While pushing him down, she rolled her eyes and said, Okay, but remember to compensate me later. Seito smiled as his hand slid down Yorsumi's abdomen and stopped moving. Seito didn't do anything else after that. He just hugged Yorsumi and felt her body kiss through his palm, as well as sniffing the faint natural fragrance from her body. He chatted with Yorsumi while waiting for Tsukimiya Kagura's return. Half an hour later, Tsukimiya Kagura appeared in front of Seito and Tsukimiya Kagura. She was wearing the same student uniform as when Seito first met her. She was carrying a square-shaped black leather backpack and a rod-shaped object wrapped in a purple cloth bag. Ah! Tsukimiya Kagura instinctively exclaimed when she saw Seito's figure. After all, Seito's current identity was vastly different from before. He wasn't just her sister Yorsumi's boyfriend anymore. He was now the Great Demon King who ruled the entire world. As for the title Great Demon King, it was spread among the students. Because Seito's appearance and actions were too similar to the Great Demon King in manga, some of the students secretly gave him such a nickname. Tsukimiya Kagura, who always heard the students talking about him, unconsciously thought of this nickname as Seito. Long time no see, Kagura-chan. Seito smiled and greeted Tsukimiya Kagura after letting go of Yorsumi. Long time no see, Ito-san. Tsukimiya Kagura bowed with a somewhat reserved expression. No need to be so formal. I'm still me, your sister Yorsumi's boyfriend. So, it's fine as long as you're still the same as before. Seito comforted her with a smile. Yes, Brother Ching. Seeing that Seito was still as kind as before, Tsukimiya Kagura let out a sigh of relief, and called out in relief. Yorsumi, tell her about the situation. After that, we'll begin. Seito turned around and said to Tsukimiya Kagura, who was grinning from ear to ear. Okay. Tsukimiya Kagura agreed. She then walked to Tsukimiya Kagura's side, pulled her by the arm, and sat down on the side. Then, she began to explain to Tsukimiya Kagura about the Rubik's Cube world and how it was about to be transformed. Chapter 939. P.S. Thank you to T-Can, Idler Xiaoqi, A666333, and Azure Silver for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato, NXCX, and Nickfany for your tips. For Tsutomu Kagura, no matter if it was another world or this world going through a major transformation, nothing else mattered. The only thing that mattered was Yomi. As long as she could be together with Yomi, it didn't matter where she went. Then I'll go pack up, Tsutomu Kagura said after listening to Yomi's explanation. No need, there's everything over there. We just need to live there. Yomi reached out and grabbed Tsutomu Kagura, who was about to turn around and leave. Besides, apart from changing our world's form, the transformation of the world basically doesn't affect the residents of this world. That is to say, after the transformation is complete, this place will still be the same as it was before, and we can move back here. I see, Tsutomu Kagura said with an expression of realization. Then let's go, Tsutomu Kagura said. Yomi smiled, held Tsutomu Kagura's hand, and returned to Seito's side, and nodded lightly. Seito smiled at the two of them as well, and sent Yomi and Tsutomu Kagura into the Rubik's Cube world, where they were assigned to Yomi's room. Seito, who had no interest in Tsutomu Kagura's residence, disappeared with a thought. Then, Seito used the Flying Thunder God technique to go to the less talented or relatively important people, and sent them back into the Rubik's Cube world one by one. Only after that did he also enter the Rubik's Cube world. Hovering in the void. At this moment, Seito's thoughts changed, and he summoned his mother Eriko and his elder sister Suzu Ito to his side. Suzu Ito, who suddenly appeared in the void, let out a surprised exclamation. Mother! Elder sister! Seito greeted the two of them. Little brother, what are you? Suzu Ito's gaze fell on Seito, and asked with a puzzled expression. I've just conquered a world and am preparing to incorporate that world into my world. During this process, there will be a large amount of world laws overflowing, allowing people to observe and comprehend them. It is just right for Mother to cultivate. Ito-sei turned to look at Eriko and explained. Hearing this, Eriko's face immediately showed a look of surprise. As a descendant of an Orthodox family, although the family did not necessarily produce an S-class expert, there would still be one or two A-class experts appearing from time to time. Naturally, the books at home had records of these seniors' experiences on how to upgrade from A-class to S-class. As for Eriko, who had already ascended to Class A with the help of her child, she would often look at these insights while cultivating. Of course, she understood that the core of ascending from Class A to Class S lay in the rules. Naturally, she also knew how difficult it was to comprehend the rules. Now that there was such a unique opportunity, which would definitely make all the experts in the world go crazy, right in front of her, it was no wonder that Eriko was like this. Of course, there are also some shortcomings here. Seito, who took in Eriko's expression, continued to explain, it's the rules that are comprehended here and the world that we live in. The rules of the world that I name the main world are a little strange, and it requires a certain amount of world to correct before one can officially step into the S-class of the main world. Even so, this is a very rare opportunity. Eriko shook her head slightly and sighed. Then, little brother, did you summon me here because you want me to comprehend it? Suzu Ito interjected. Yes. Seito, who turned his head to look at Suzu Ito, nodded and confirmed. After all, elder sister's strength has now reached the peak of Class B and is about to step into Class A. Who knows, you might be able to break through the bottleneck while comprehending it. Smoothly step into Class A. Plus, this is a rare opportunity, I don't want elder sister to miss it. As expected of my little brother, you know to share good things with elder sister. Suzu Ito heard Seito's words and winked at him. Seito chuckled and did not reply. Then, his mind moved again. A large amount of fresh food appeared around the three of them, protected and imprisoned by an invisible energy. It was maintained in the state that it was in when it was fresh out of the pot. If mother and elder sister feel hungry during cultivation, eat these things. I have already used a special energy to imprison them in the state when they were fresh out of the pot. No matter when, they will be the freshest. Seito looked at the food floating around him and said. Eriko and Suzu Ito, who also looked at the food floating around them, nodded one after another, indicating that they understood. Well then, mother and elder sister, the two of you can start cultivating. I am going to start absorbing that world. Seito looked at Eriko and Suzu Ito and said. Eriko and Suzu Ito nodded and immediately sat cross-legged in the void, assuming their usual cultivation posture. They closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing, slowly entering a cultivation state. Seeing that Eriko and Suzu Ito had entered a cultivation state, Seito did not hesitate and immediately ordered the Rubik's Cube to devour the spirit-eating world in his mind. Beginning to seal the space-time passage, As this information appeared in his mind, a large amount of cloud-like energy appeared in front of all the spacetime passages except for the one leading to the spirit-eating world. It wriggled and turned into an extremely complicated pattern. Just looking at it would make one feel dizzy and dazzled. It wrapped around the spacetime passages hidden in the void and sealed them. Spacetime passage seal complete. Beginning to transfer the current spacetime point. Beginning to distort the dimension. Dimensional distortion complete. You have officially entered the relative dimensional void space. As soon as the seal was completed, a large section of the current status appeared in Sei-Ito's mind. Spacetime passage mode conversion commencing. As soon as the information appeared, the spacetime passage leading to the spirit-eating world immediately changed. It turned from a huge black vortex into a pitch-black passage. Then, at the end of the passage, which was located at an unknown distance away, it continued to expand until it expanded into a cylindrical body that was wide at one end and narrow at the other. It only stopped when it expanded. In an instant, a bird's-eye view of the spirit-eating world appeared in Sei-Ito's eyes. Spacetime passage conversion complete. Beginning devouring. As soon as the information appeared, a huge suction force came from the spacetime passage. It sucked the entire spirit-eating world like a fruit being sucked, slowly sucking it into the spacetime passage. It fell into the boundless ocean in the Rubik's Cube world. As the suction force was produced, a faint power of the natural order began to overflow in front of the passage. As the suction force progressed, it became more obvious and intense. The power of the natural order was the foundation of a world. Was it something that ordinary humans could come into contact with? As soon as the power of the natural order erupted, Suzu Ito, who did not even have a domain, turned pale. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Although Eriko had the protection of her domain and did not look as miserable as Suzu Ito, her face was also slightly pale under the fluctuations of the natural order that continued to erupt. She frowned as if she was enduring something. When Sei-Ito saw this, he quickly waved his hand and summoned 2 streams of natural order to form a barrier around the two of them, blocking the powerful fluctuations of the natural order that were emitted from the power of the natural order. After doing this, and seeing that the two of them were gradually entering a state, Sei-Ito also gathered his thoughts and sat cross-legged in the void. He entered a state of meditation with a special breathing technique. He awakened the innate spirit God in the depths of his consciousness to replace the surface consciousness that was entangled by the secular world, moral norms, and other postnatal shackles. He comprehended the core of the natural order that was produced after the collision of the natural order of the spirit-eating world and the Rubik's Cube world. It was also the order that was closest to the common order of the main world. This was to speed up the process of advancing to the S rank of the main world. Sei-Ito, who had entered a state of cultivation, did not notice that the devouring process this time was obviously different from the last time. Not only was the devouring speed much faster than before, but there was also an unexpected item that had joined the devouring process. That was the world tree sapling that he had snatched from the hunter's world, not long after Sei-Ito entered a state of cultivation. When the world devoured passed the initial absorption period, a huge black hole suddenly appeared at the top of the world tree. Under the effect of a strange spatial order, the branches and leaves appeared in the dimensional sea. In the beginning, the world tree sapling that had just appeared was completely unable to adapt to the environment of the dimensional sea. If it were not for the Rubik's Cube mobilizing the natural order of the natural order, it would have withered and died immediately. However, as time passed, the world tree seemed to have awakened some ability and suddenly became slightly adapted to the dimensional sea's environment. It also began to actively absorb spatial dimensional forces other than world power and grew vigorously. With the sudden growth of the world tree, its adaptability became stronger and stronger. In the end, it only needed a small amount of world force to survive safely in the dimensional sea. Another thing worth mentioning was that with the World Tree's unexpected addition to the combat power of this devouring action, the dimensional tremors caused by the realignment of dimensional worlds due to the devouring of worlds were greatly weakened and offset. Based on the current situation, even if there was still the influence of the dimensional quake in the end, it wouldn't take as long as half a year for the main world to recover from the devouring of the Leluxia world. Like this, an unknown number of days passed. As the space-time channel leading to the spirit-eating world gradually closed and disappeared, the swallowing operation was successfully completed. The spirit-eating world had been transformed into a continent within the magic cube world. After exiting the cultivation state, Seito, who slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath and thought to himself, "Phew. Based on the current state, before the dimensional quake calms down, I can definitely step into level S smoothly." At the same time, Eriko and Suzu Ito on the side also exited from the cultivation state. Based on their performance, they both had great gains. Among them, his mother Eriko's aura was more stable, far more than before. In terms of feeling, it was not much different from the veteran level A powerhouses that Seito had seen before. As for Suzu Ito, who was originally at the peak of level B, just as Seito had expected, she successfully broke through the bottleneck under the impact of the rule power and stepped into the level A domain, becoming a powerhouse. However, due to the time gap, she did not have a good grasp of her current strength. If she really fought with others, she would probably be at the bottom of level A. Ugh, I'm so tired, and my body feels so sticky. Mom, let's go back and wash up quickly. Suzu Ito, who stood up from the void, said with a frown as she touched the skin on her arm. Okay. After hearing Suzu Ito's words, Eriko, who also felt a little uncomfortable on her body, agreed with a smile. Seeing this, Seito did not need the two to say anything. He directly sent Suzu Ito and Eriko back to their home in the ecological city. Meanwhile, he appeared in the void above the spirit-eating world that had turned into a continent. Forget it, don't think of any troublesome names. Let's call it the spirit-eating continent. Seito whispered to himself. Then, he mobilized the rules of the Rubik's Cube world, separating the spirit-eating continent and the sea continent into a state similar to a semi-parallel world. He also connected the spirit vein and reincarnation system used to transport souls in the spirit-eating world with the great reincarnation system of the Rubik's Cube world. The moment the reincarnation system was connected, the souls in the spirit-eating continent's spirit vein seemed to have found a home. They rushed into the core of the great reincarnation system of the Rubik's Cube world, and then were scattered in batches above the Rubik's Cube world, the sea continent and the spirit-eating continent to be reincarnated. Seeing that the reincarnation system had begun to operate, Seito's mind moved. A large number of flickering light spots, like fireflies, floated out from the heads of the humans living on the spirit-eating continent and flew into the void above the Rubik's Cube world. They gathered into a river of light and went into the manifested willpower energy cluster, providing new energy for the willpower energy cluster that was still in the incubation stage, promoting the growth and evolution of the willpower energy cluster. Looking at this state, after devouring one or two more worlds, the willpower energy cluster will enter the awakening stage. His mind connected with Seito, who was the core of the willpower energy cluster, and felt the current state of the willpower energy cluster. However, because the willpower energy cluster has been controlled by my consciousness since birth, it has already been in the awakening state since birth. This way, the willpower energy cluster that has entered the awakening state will be on par with an Alea that has entered the growing state. This way, it can even talk to the Alea of some worlds or the planet's willpower. This kind of thing is still a bit far away for the time being. Let's deal with the hidden dangers on the spirit-eating continent first. Thinking of this, Sei-Ito immediately gathered some of the drifting thoughts in his mind. He mobilized the rules of the Rubik's Cube to transfer Kro Tengu, the immortal sealed under Hibiya Garden in the spirit-eating continent, into the void. Then, without giving Kro Tengu, who had just broken free from the seal and was still in a state of mourning, any chance to react, Shi Yen directly used the power of the rules to imprison it. He then unfolded a huge sage stone refining formation under its body. The next moment, the refining formation suddenly released a blood-like scarlet light and began to transform Kro Tengu into the form of a sage stone. Roar! Kro Tengu, who felt pain and anger, roared and struggled. However, the world it lived in had already become a continent in the Rubik's Cube world. How could it break free from the shackles formed by the rules of the cube? It could only endure the refining formation without any effect and gradually transform into the form of a sage stone. Chapter 940. Kro Tengu was quite in line with the title it had, Immortal. Under the effect of the refining array, its huge life and soul power persisted for more than 10 minutes before it was completely exhausted, making its body change into a deep color, as if it was refined from the life and soul of hundreds of thousands of people. The three great monsters of Japan: Kyubi, Kro Tengu, Shutendaji. Now I've seen Kyubi and Kro Tengu, but I don't know when I'll see the last great monster, Shutendaji. Sei-Ito, who held the sage stone in his hand, said to himself with a chuckle. Now, let's add the rules I just comprehended to the Rubik's Cube world. Sei-Ito, who put away the sage stone, sighed. Then he gently closed his eyes and took over the entire Rubik's Cube world with his own consciousness. He added the new rules he comprehended and purified in the collision of worlds into the Rubik's Cube world, making the rules of the Rubik's Cube world closer to the rules of the main world. Huh? How did the world tree grow taller? And the feeling it gives people is different? In the process of modifying the rules, Sei-Ito, who suddenly saw the changes of the world tree, was surprised. As soon as his voice fell, the Rubik's Cube showed Sei-Ito's mind what the world tree did in the process of devouring the spirit-eating world and the reason for its mutation. So that's how it is. Sei-Ito, who finished browsing the information, said with a look of realization. It turned out that although the world tree brought back by Ito-sei was a sapling of the world tree, it was a sapling of the world tree that had degenerated to a certain extent. In addition to having the ability to absorb magma, air, water, sunlight, and other special and unspecial energy as nutrients for growth, it also had the ability to grow. It had almost lost the ability to breed elves like in the legends, as well as the ability to support the world and connect the infinite dimensions. But this world tree was very lucky. It met Sei-Ito, a person who had the basic energy of the universe, world force, and received the full infusion of world force. Therefore, under the stimulation of the power of the world, not only did the world tree obtain the nourishment to grow anew, but it also activated some of the primal abilities hidden in its body. However, although the ability was activated, if there was no specific environment to stimulate it, this ability would gradually fall asleep again. Coincidentally, Sei-Ito had returned to the spirit-eating world at Nether's request, and began to conquer and devour this world that had no extra worlds, planets, or collective human consciousness. It was the best way to activate the world tree's ability. Therefore, under the dual cooperation of the magic cube and the world tree, the world tree once again obtained a powerful characteristic that could only be obtained in its original form. However, because the world tree was still a sapling, it couldn't act as a pillar of heaven and a bridge that connected the infinite worlds like an adult tree. However, the foundation was there, and the only thing it lacked now was a world. Sei-Ito sighed softly. Tisk, as expected, planting trees is a good thing for the future. After understanding the cause and effect, Sei-Ito sighed. Then, he ignored the changes of the world tree, and continued to focus on adding and modifying the rules of the Magic Cube world. Because rules were often connected or related to each other, Seito's addition and modification took more than a month to completely finish. However, it wasn't without gains. In the process of adding and modifying rules, Seito once again comprehended the existing rules and gained a lot of new insights and insight. He was getting closer and closer to rank S of the main world. He believed that as long as he returned to the main world and cultivated seriously for a while, he could officially step into the ranks of rank S masters. Seito gently exhaled and opened his eyes. Alright, that's it for now. If this continues, I really won't be able to suppress it. Magic Cube. Send me back to the main world, Seito then ordered. As soon as his voice fell, a huge vortex suddenly appeared above his head. It spun at high speed and sucked Seito into it, causing him to turn into a stream of light that instantly plunged into the center of the vortex and disappeared like a bubble. The next moment, accompanied by the familiar sound of glass breaking, Seito's figure appeared at the shrine home in Akaruno, Japan. I don't know what date it is now. I shouldn't have missed my sister's friend's wedding date. Thinking so, Seito flipped his hand and took out his phone to check the current date. March 2nd. Fortunately, I didn't miss my sister's friend's wedding date. Although Seito already had some guesses in his heart, after confirming that he didn't miss the date, he still breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. At this moment, a text message notification came from the phone in his hand. Seito felt a little strange and immediately opened the mailbox interface to check. February 23, 2014, a missed call. Caller's name, Kuraki Mai. February 24, 2014, a missed call. Caller's name, Kuraki Mai. February 24, 2614, a missed call. Caller's name, unknown. Seito was speechless. Similar missed call notifications, as well as the mailbox messages, were continuously reflected in his eyes. After more than 2 minutes, Seito, who had finished browsing through the messages, chuckled and dialed Kuraki Mai's phone number. Hello, I'm Kuraki Mai. Soon, Kuraki Mai's voice came from the phone. It's me, Seito. Seito, who turned around and sat down, said with a smile. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? Kuraki Mai's voice was a little cold. What's wrong? Are you angry? Seito, who roughly understood why Kuraki Mai was acting like this, asked with a smile. I'm not anyone to you. Why would I be angry? Kuraki Mai asked calmly. You're already like this, and you're still saying that you're not angry. How much of a hypocrite are you? Seito laughed and teased. Without waiting for Kuraki Mai to speak, he continued. Okay, listen to my explanation. The reason why I couldn't get through to you and didn't reply to your emails for so long is because I've been busy recently. Communication is prohibited there. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ignored your calls and emails. Look at me now. Didn't I call you as soon as I received the message from the information desk? Then, he changed the topic and laughed again. Oh right, speaking of work, I've brought you some gifts. I guarantee you'll like them. Even though you said that, why can't I believe you? Kuraki Mai said. That's because you always treat everything I say as a joke. But after seeing my gifts, I'm sure you'll believe me. Seito said nonchalantly. I hope so. Kuraki Mai's tone carried a hint of warning. But at this point, it meant that the matter of not answering the phone and not replying to the emails was temporarily put aside. They could talk about it after they met. By the way, why were you looking for me? Seito, who had temporarily appeased Kuraki Mai, changed the topic. It's all because of you. Kuraki Mai sighed and said when she heard the question. What? Seito asked in confusion. Last time, we met 2 of my juniors at a certain private club. Do you still remember? Kuraki Mai asked. After Itose responded, she continued to say helplessly, after they went back, they gossiped about me having dinner with you. So, many of my friends called and begged to meet you. That's right, Kuraki-mai said helplessly. Sure, no problem. Seito finally understood what those people wanted. He smiled and said, this way, we can be together openly in the future. TSK, what a narcissist, Kuraki-mai said in a disdainful tone. She then asked, when are you free? I'm free these days, Seito replied. I see. I'll let you know when my friends are free, Kuraki-mai thought for a while and replied. Okay. Seito agreed. Then he said again, but if you're free, let's meet in the next 2 days. I'll give you your gifts and help you with the foot massage we agreed on last time. Then let's meet in the afternoon the day after tomorrow at XX's place. Kuraki-mai agreed after a pause. Okay, it's a deal. Seito smiled. Okay. Kuraki-mai responded. Then Kuraki-mai and Seito chatted for a while before hanging up. Then, Seito dialed one of the unknown numbers in the message notification. Hello, I'm Maori Kenji. A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. Maori Kenji? Seito frowned when he heard the name, then he remembered who this person was. It was one of the representatives who gathered at Moriyaka's house to discuss the new policies of the Environment Ministry after the New Year's conference. Ah? So it's Mr. Maori. Hello, I'm Seito. I don't know what you called about. Sigh, my family is unfortunate. Maori Kenji immediately sighed when he heard the question. His tone was full of regret. Then, without giving Seito time to react, he continued, my youngest son, Shiji, was detained by the Environment Ministry for some reason a week ago. Although I wanted to use my old face to ask CEO Kobayashi to be merciful, but, after asking around, I heard that your family has a good relationship with the Ministry of Environment and Environment, especially the second room's Chief Kobayashi, so I would like to ask Mr. Ito to ask Chief Kobayashi to be merciful and let my family's Shiji go. Chapter 941. Hearing Maori Construction's request on the phone, Seito felt speechless. He really didn't know how Maori Construction found out about his family, especially his relationship with Kobayashi, the second head of the Ministry of Environment, who was responsible for the management of special people in Japan. After all, when he was just reborn, he was also caught and schemed against by that woman. Could it be that someone deliberately leaked the wrong information? But if that's the case, why? Seito frowned slightly. Maori-san, can I ask where you got this information from? Seito, who couldn't think of any clues, had to ask. I learned it from Moriyaka Patriarch. Although he didn't know why Seito asked this, Maori Construction didn't hesitate to tell him the source of the information. Moriyaka Patriarch? While repeating the name, Seito couldn't help but think of the middle-aged man who led the alliance to resist the new policies of the Ministry of Environment. It's him. It's really inexplicable. I'm sorry, Maori-san, the situation of my family is not like the information you received, that we have a good relationship with Kobayashi, the second head of the Ministry of Environment. Instead, we have a cold relationship with the second head of the Ministry of Environment. It can even be said that we are opposing each other, so I can't help you with your request. I'm sorry. Seito refused apologetically. A surprised voice immediately came from the phone. Is what you said true? Maori Construction still asked with some disbelief. Indeed. Because more than a year ago, I fell into the hands of the Ministry of Environment for some reason. My family paid a high price to redeem me, so no matter what the situation is, it's impossible for my family to have a good relationship with the second head of the Ministry of Environment. In order to avoid Maori Construction thinking that he was being perfunctory and unwilling to help and causing unnecessary misunderstanding and hostility, Seito straightforwardly revealed his family's background to ease his mind. So that's how it is. Sure enough, Maori Construction's tone was a lot better after hearing this explanation, and he said with understanding, I don't know what price your family paid to redeem you? Then, Maori Construction asked with a slightly cautious tone. I shared the results of a secret technique in my family with the Ministry of Environment. Sei Ito said lightly. Maori Construction immediately fell silent when he heard this. Only after a short while. After a while, he said with a tired voice, I understand, sorry to disturb you. I'm sorry I couldn't help you. Sei Ito said politely. No, I'm sorry, Maori Construction said politely, and then hung up the phone. Patriarch Moriaka. I hope you didn't do it on purpose. I don't mind killing an outsider like you. Ito Sei, who put away the phone, narrowed his eyes and said. Then, Sei Ito took out the Bounty Union's mission center, opened it, logged into his account, and released a bounty mission to find the secret magic book. Then, he put away the mission center, activated the Flying Thunder God, disappeared from his home, and appeared in France. In the room of Elsie, the blonde woman with the code name Red Rose, who was a C+ level fragrance control ability user originally belonging to the Fire Scorpion mercenary group. The moment Sei Ito appeared, a hidden force invaded his body and began to affect his consciousness control of his body. Sei Ito, who was once hostile to the Fire Scorpion mercenary group and was attacked by this ability, knew. This was a special fragrance created by Elsie that could block the connection between the consciousness and the body. The ability to generate electricity could replace nerve conduction signals. She forcibly connected the consciousness and the body to get rid of the control of the fragrance. Crackle. The sudden sound of a slight electric explosion immediately woke up Elsie, who was sleeping on the wide bed at this time. Elsie, who woke up from her sleep, did not immediately open her eyes and get up. Instead, she maintained her sleeping posture, but secretly increased the content of the special fragrance in the room to paralyze and capture the enemy. Elsie, it's me. Sei Ito, who knew the change in the room from the strange feeling in his body, said. Hearing the familiar voice, Elsie immediately opened her eyes and sat up from the bed while putting away the special fragrance. She lifted the quilt and got up without any intention to hide her naked body. She greeted Sei Ito, boss. I'm here to get the book. Sei Ito, who was admiring Elsie's naked body, said. Please wait a moment. Elsie nodded, then turned around and walked to the desk. She bent down and opened the drawer of the desk. She took out a book that was similar in size and thickness to the dark holy scripture in his hand. It was wrapped in a piece of craft paper and tied with a white string in the shape of a cross. Elsie, who was holding the book, walked in front of Sei Ito and handed the book over. Ito Sei reached out and took the book. In front of Elsie, he broke the string, opened the craft paper, and looked at the cover of the book. Spring and Autumn Equinox. This was one of the 3 books of Aleister Crowley's works that Ito Sei was looking for in the previous bounty mission. The book recorded almost all the secrets of the Magic Association. It was only sold once, and there were very few copies of it. Have you received any news recently? Sei Ito asked as he flipped open the book and browsed through the content. There is indeed a piece of news related to you, boss. Elsie nodded and said. When Sei Ito looked up at her, she said, about a month ago, the news about you suddenly spread among the mercenaries. The news said that as long as you can provide information about you to the priest in the church, especially the information about your specific location, you can get some holy water from the church. The kind of holy water that contains light energy and can heal, repel magic and cleanse weapons. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes. Elsie's blue eyes looked at Sei Ito and confirmed. They're really willing. Ito Sei smiled awkwardly. At the same time, he also understood that the Church of Rome had no way to deal with people like him. After he suffered a loss once, he directly used the Black Sphere system for his mobile phone signal instead of the communication company and satellite. He couldn't use modern technology to locate him, and he always used the flying thunder god technique to move back and forth between Europe and Asia. He also hid in places like the demonic realm where the church couldn't enter for a long time and didn't come out for a long time. Therefore, they were ready to mobilize the power of the believers and other extraordinary means to mobilize the enthusiasm of the people around the world to help find Sei Ito's traces. Is there any other news? Sei Ito asked again. There is one more news that is less certain, Elsie said with a frown. What? Sei Ito asked with some interest. It is said that the Knights of the Round Table in the United Kingdom are collecting a large number of strange special materials all over the world. However, I've checked the Bounty Union's material missions in the past few months. Although it's not obvious, there are indeed some strange signs. It's just that I'm not sure if they all point to the Knights of the Round Table in the end. Elsie explained. Try to keep an eye on it. When Elsie mentioned the Knights of the Round Table, Sei Ito suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if something done by this organization would definitely be related to him in the end. It was worrying. Yes. Elsie accepted the order. It seems that you have been training very hard during this period of time. Your strength has already reached the peak of C+. Sei Ito glanced at the naked Elsie and said. Then, under the gaze of Elsie, who had a feeling in her heart and a look of expectation on her face, he flipped his hand and took out a tube of ability advancement potion and handed it to her. He continued, This is an improvement potion. The effect is more intense, use it carefully. Thank you, boss. Elsie excitedly reached out with both hands to take the potion and thanked him. Okay, I am leaving. If there is any new news, use the mission terminal or text me. Sei Ito said. Yes. Elsie, who was holding the ability advancement potion tightly in her hand, suppressed the excitement on her face and replied loudly. By the way, here are 3 more potions. Just as Sei Ito was about to leave, he suddenly stopped what he was doing and took out 3 potions of different colors and handed them to Elsie. The black one is the whitening potion, the blue one is the youth potion, and the light yellow one is the breast enhancement potion. You should know their effects from their names. Yes. Elsie smiled and said. It is very simple to use. Other than the whitening potion, which needs to be diluted in water, the other 2 potions can be applied directly on the outside. Consider it an extra reward for you. Sei Ito explained. Thank you, boss. Elsie showed a charming expression on her face and thanked him. Sei Ito smiled and accepted Elsie's gratitude. He then used the flying thunder god technique and returned to the shrine in Akakuruno City. He sat in his room and started reading the new book, Equinox of Spring and Autumn. A day and a half passed quickly as he silently read. In the blink of an eye, it was the time for the appointment with Kuraki Mai. Ito Seiji closed the book and put it away. He directly used the flying thunder god jutsu to appear near the agreed place, and slowly moved to the agreed place. A few minutes later, Sei Ito successfully arrived at the appointed place and saw Kuraki Mai, who had also just arrived. Sorry, I am late. Sei Ito apologized with a smile. I just arrived too. Kuraki Mai replied. The 2 of them didn't stay in the same spot for long. They chatted casually as they strolled along the street that was almost empty. Chapter 942. P.S. Thank you to C. Starburning C, Nickfanny, 5200-5200-5200, Instakill Potato, and Moondream for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instakill Potato and Night Road AS1 for their tip. Happy National Day to everyone. I'm trying my best to write, hoping to be able to write the 4th chapter. After strolling around and having dinner together, the 2 of them arrived at the apartment that Kuraki Mai bought in downtown Tokyo. The apartment was located on a very low floor with only 4 floors. Each floor had 3 doors. Therefore, the space in the room behind each door was very large. It was a rare large room in Japanese architecture, except for single-family buildings. Perhaps it was because Kuraki-mai liked large spaces, or perhaps she had other plans. Other than the bedroom and bathroom, the living room and kitchen were all connected together, making it look spacious at first glance. The floor was covered with dark brown wooden flooring. A huge TV of about 100 inches was placed in front of the wall. A black rectangular multi-seater sofa and a single seat were placed in front of the TV near the kitchen. In terms of format, whether it was cooking or eating, one could watch the programs on the TV. Kuraki-mai first took out a bottle of drink for Seito from the fridge and placed it on the black glass coffee table in front of him. Then, he turned around and went back into the bedroom. He took off his trendy formal suit and changed into casual clothes. "Are you disappointed that you didn't get to see the gift I mentioned? Did you think I was lying to you?" Seito leaned forward and put the drink back on the table. He looked at Kuraki-mai, who was sitting on the sofa, and asked with a smile. "That's right. Yes, you liar." Seito took the initiative to mention it. Kuraki-mai didn't suppress his emotions and answered straightforwardly. "Ha ha ha, I knew it." Seito laughed happily. "What are you laughing at?" Kuraki-mai said angrily. "Okay, now it's time to witness a miracle." Seito didn't want to provoke Kuraki-mai anymore. He gradually stopped smiling and spread out his hands. He looked at Kuraki-mai and said pretentiously, "Do you think you are Lu Qian?" As a magician who had been to Japan many times and performed in related variety shows, he was well known. Even Kuraki-mai, who didn't pay much attention to magic, would occasionally overhear this famous phrase from her friends or colleague. She said sarcastically, "That's right. That's right. I'm much stronger than Lu Qian." Seito smiled carelessly. No matter what, his technique is just a kind of high-end deception that uses the environment, group psychology, and skilled skills to achieve. As for me, I have a real superpower. It's not something he can do. All right, open your eyes wide and watch. Seito laughed. After that, she magically extended her hands in front of Kuraki-mai. She waved her hands violently, and a large bag made of leather appeared on the coffee table in front of Kuraki-mai and Seito. It looked like it was bought from a Chinese medicine store. There were 3 test tubes in black, blue, and light yellow colors. Kuraki-mai's eyes widened when she saw the things that suddenly appeared in front of her. Her face was full of shock. However, Kuraki-mai was someone who had seen a lot of things, so she quickly recovered from her shock. She pointed at the things on the coffee table and looked at Seito. "This is the gift you want to give me?" "To be precise, these 3 are the gifts I want to give you." Seito pointed at the 3 test tubes and smiled. "As for the bag, it's the Chinese medicine for your feet to soak before the foot massage." "You are indeed I didn't expect you to recover from your shock so quickly." Seito praised as he retracted his hand. "Although what you said was exaggerated, this performance is no different from Lu Qian's magic." Both of them used words to attract attention, and then used skillful movements to create the illusion of an item suddenly appearing. Kuraki-mai analyzed like a detective. She then looked at Seito with praise and said, "I have to say, your acting skills are not bad. I was indeed fooled for a moment." "Sai, why don't you believe me?" Seito shook his head helplessly. "Because your integrity is too low in front of me." Kuraki-mai replied bluntly, "Forget it. Go get a basin of water. I will prepare the medicine for you." Seito didn't hesitate. Kuraki-mai got up from the sofa and walked into the bathroom. Soon, she returned with a plastic basin filled with water. She placed the plastic basin on the floor and sat down on the sofa. Seeing this, Ito-sei stood up and walked around the coffee table to the basin. He turned around and opened the craft paper bag on the coffee table. He put the medicinal materials that had been prepared into the basin one by one and heated the water temperature with his own ability. Very quickly, wisps of steam rose from the basin. Kuraki Mai instinctively exclaimed when she saw the steam rising from the basin. Alright, let's test the water temperature. See if you can handle it. Seito looked up and smiled at Kuraki Mai. Kuraki Mai was curious as she removed her sockless feet from the cartoon-like plush slippers. She pressed the tip of her toes down and carefully touched the water temperature. Good soup. Kuraki Mai immediately retracted her feet as soon as she touched the water. Then, she looked at Seito in surprise and asked, "How did you do it?" It's simple. Just like this." Ito-sei flipped his right palm and gently raised it in front of him. He summoned a baseball-sized blazing fireball and said with a smile, "Is this real?" Kuraki Mai wanted to touch the fireball but was afraid of hurting herself. She asked in surprise, "Of course." Seito waved his hand and a piece of white paper appeared in his left hand. He touched the fireball with the end of the white paper. Whoosh! Instantly, the white paper burst into flames and turned into black ash that drifted down to the coffee table. But at this moment, Ito-sei's psychokinesis spread out, wrapping all the black ashes and controlling them to revolve around his right index finger like a satellite ring. "Do you believe me now?" Seito smiled as he extended his hand in front of Kuraki Mai to let her feel the black ash. Ever since the appearance of the magical beasts, Kuraki Mai knew that there were people with special abilities in this world that no one knew about. However, when such a person appeared in front of her, and even had a good relationship with her, Kuraki Mai was still shocked. She could only nod her head blankly, not knowing what to say. "So, the reason why I couldn't answer your call wasn't because I was lying to you. It was because I was in a place where you couldn't reach me. Do you understand?" Seito used his ability to throw the black ash into the trash can and held Kuraki Mai's hand. He looked at her and said gently, "Yes." Kuraki Mai nodded. "Okay, soak your feet first," Seito said. Kuraki Mai, who had suddenly turned into a petite woman, obediently dipped her toes into the water. She endured the high temperature and submerged her entire foot into the water. Then, she dipped her other foot into the basin as well. "Now, let me tell you what my present is." Seito walked to Kuraki Mai's side and sat on the sofa's armrest. He stretched his left arm over her shoulder and waved his right hand to grab the 3 potions that flew into his hand. There are 3 types of potions in these potions, but they aren't ordinary potions that you can find in the market. They are products developed by special people like us. Seito explained to Kuraki Mai, who was looking at the potions. This black one is a whitening potion. Don't underestimate the small size of this potion. When mixed with water, it can be used to make a bathtub full of whitening potions. Just like its name, it can expel toxins from the human body and remove marks on the skin. It is a unique potion that can completely whiten the skin. Seito then explained how to use the blue bottle of youth potion and the light yellow bottle of breast enlargement potion. However, these potions will heat up the body and consume a lot of stamina. So, you should prepare some food to replenish your energy before using them. Also, you should have enough rest to prevent it from affecting your work, Seito said at the end. "Thank you." Kuraki Mai took the potions and thanked him. "If you really want to thank me, can you let me apply the breast enlargement potion for you personally?" Seito asked shamelessly. "Go to hell." Kuraki Mai slammed her shoulder into Seito's stomach. She was embarrassed and angry. Just like that, they chatted and laughed, and the time for soaking their feet passed silently. Kuraki Mai wiped her feet with a towel and put her feet on Seito's lap. She said like a queen, "Let's start." Seito smiled and held Kuraki Mai's feet. There were no scars on her feet. Her feet were plump and her blood vessels were not visible like some women's. He started massaging her feet according to the acupuncture points. Under Seito's special technique, Kuraki Mai's body quickly heated up. At the same time, she opened her mouth and let out a comfortable moan. Kuraki Mai felt that the moans were too embarrassing. She immediately clenched her teeth and endured it with a blush on her face. Perhaps it was too comfortable. Kuraki-mai gradually fell asleep during the massage. Seito stopped what he was doing. He used telekinesis to lift Kuraki-mai up and sent her back to her bedroom. He covered her with a blanket and put away the basin in the living room. Then, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. He took out the book Spring and Autumn Equinox and started reading. Chapter 943. After that, everything returned to normal. Itose either stayed at home reading the Spring and Autumn Equinox or went to the Great Merlin Library in the Magic Realm to copy magic books to fill his confidential library. However, it was worth mentioning that since their meeting that day, Kuraki-mai and Itose's relationship had become even closer. Every now and then, they would send each other a text message to greet each other or call each other for 10 to 20 minutes. During this period, Kuraki-mai finally agreed on a time and place to meet with her friends and told Seito about it. With a soft sound, Seito closed the Spring and Autumn Equinox that he had finished reading. My knowledge has increased. Seito sighed softly after he put away the Spring and Autumn Equinox. The book Equinox of Spring and Autumn was all about secret magic rituals such as Golden Dawn that were widely spread in the magic circle, or a small number of secret magic rituals. However, unlike the general books, Equinox's content was more detailed and straightforward. Even ordinary people who had not been exposed to magic and mysticism could read and learn it smoothly as long as they had a normal IQ and understood the meaning of word. And the most exaggerated thing was that Spring and Autumn Equinox itself didn't look like an introduction book at all. It was more like a teaching magic book. The introduction of the magic ritual had reached the point of breaking it down. It explained in detail the meaning of each step in the ritual for ordinary people. The truth hidden in every action, the mystery described in every word and figure. No wonder this book eventually became a rare secret book. It was no longer circulated. After that, Seito used Flying Thunder God technique to leave home and appeared on the streets of England. He entered the magical realm from the secret entrance and went straight to the Great Merlin Library. The target has entered the library. Just as Itose entered the Great Merlin Library, a man with stubble stood not far from the Great Merlin Library. He could see the entrance of the Great Merlin Library. The middle-aged man, who looked decadent, pressed a button on his collar and whispered. Itose, who had no idea that he was being watched, was still flipping through the books in the library like a prodigal son and a psychopath, but in fact, he was secretly copying the book. A few hours later, the target is here, move out. The sloppy man who was still sitting in the same corner and observing the entrance of the library suddenly said. As his voice fell, for tough-looking white European men suddenly rushed out from the pedestrians in front of the Great Merlin Library and quickly came to Seito's side like a gust of wind. Two of them punched Seito's upper body, two of them crouched and attacked Seito's legs as if they had practiced countless times. Seito didn't panic when he felt the attack. He raised his hands to block the fists of the two men who attacked his upper body, and at the same time, he raised his feet to open to dodge the attacks from below, and kicked the abdomen of the two men who attacked his upper body. Bang! Under Seito's kick, the two men's bodies couldn't help but retreat. What a strong resistance, Seito thought when he saw that the two men didn't fly out as he had expected. Seito didn't pay attention to the two men. His feet landed heavily on the legs of the two men who attacked his lower body. The two men's reactions weren't slow either. They immediately pulled back their legs and turned sideways, making Seito's feet miss. The tremendous force carried by his feet immediately caused two shallow depressions to appear on the magically reinforced floor in front of the Grand Library. At this time, the two men who had pulled back their legs once again kicked straight out. Once again, they split their kicks into the middle and lower body and aimed at Seito's waist and knee joint. Seito's feet shook, and he turned into a black shadow, instantly escaping from the two men's attacks. He dodged the two men's attacks by a hair's breadth. However, the moment Sei-Ito stood still, several chains made of wind shot out from all directions. They were like incorporeal snakes, trying to bind Sei-Ito's body. Kaunaz! Sei-Ito shouted in a low voice. Karnaz, originated from the ancient Norse language. It was a type of rune language, and its basic pronunciation was K. It meant torch and fire. Therefore, the moment Ito-sei whispered these words, a large number of fireballs suddenly appeared around him, and flew towards the windlock that was flying towards him. Boom, 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 boom. The moment the wind and fire energy collided, there was an intense explosion. A large amount of white energy smoke spread out from where the two collided, forming a cloud that hid Sei-Ito's body. Asas! Sei-Ito chanted again in a voice that only he could hear. Asas, ants, originated from the ancient Norse language. It was one of the 24 runes, and its basic pronunciation was a. It meant kind-hearted person and God Odin. It meant wisdom, inspiration, trance, poetry, language, song, incantation, spirit, and everything that belonged to Odin. This time, Sei-Ito's meaning was spirit and trance. Thus, after the incantation fell, Sei-Ito's body instantly became blurry, and in the next moment, he disappeared from the energy smoke that was about to disperse. Close combat units, double-back defense. Mages quickly used detection magic to lock onto the enemy. The order that came from nowhere rang in the ears of the 4 European men and the mages who suddenly appeared on top of the houses on both sides of Merlin Street. How bold! They actually dared to commit murder on Merlin Street. Aren't they afraid of being treated as terrorists by the patrolling mages of the demonic realm? Ito-sei, who quietly cast a positioning spell on one of the mages, broke away from the encirclement and walked out of the demonic realm, while laughing in his heart. But the influence of the church is really big. Even the mages who are the least likely to have faith have their followers and spies. It seems like I have to be more careful when moving around in the demonic realm in the future. Then, Sei-Ito slightly frowned as he thought to himself. The reason why Sei-Ito suspected the church and not any other organization was because the aura of the 4 men was too pure. It would be difficult for him to shift the target to the Lesage Parliament that he had offended before. Of course, if there was an organization that had the power to invite these guys with pure aura to do the dirty work, Sei-Ito couldn't do anything about it. He could only investigate after the matter was over. At this time, Sei-Ito finally arrived in front of the entrance of the demonic realm. Since the members of the church dared to enter the demonic realm to capture him, they naturally thought about the possibility of him escaping if they failed. Therefore, they scattered the capture team in a specific group to the few exits of the demonic realm. Therefore, as soon as Sei-Ito came out of the demonic realm, a small team of 4 knights and several mages came into his sight. At the same time, a shackling force came from the shining magic array under his feet and restrained his energy. Fortunately, the other party was also afraid of accidentally attacking other mages, so other than the full power of the magic array, no one attacked as soon as they came out. This gave Sei-Ito time to breathe and a chance to launch a counterattack. Open for me. Ito-sei, who had released his energy outside his body and interfered with the operation of the magic array, shouted and forcibly broke free from the confinement magic array. Bam! Then, along with a cracking sound, Ito-sei, who had stepped on the ground, suddenly rushed to the knight, whose pupils shrank. He threw a punch at the knight's face. However, this was a feint. Just as the knight who was wearing light armor made with modern technology and magic dodged, Sei-Ito used Shadow Dance and disappeared in front of him. Then, when the knight's companion shouted, "Be careful!" Sei-Ito used Mountain Lean to hit the hole in the knight's chest. Bam! The knight felt like he was hit by a moving train, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. Like a projectile thrown by Seito, he crashed into his companion behind him. Just when the knight's companions chose to dodge and prepared to let the knight with the protection of the armor fly out and hit the wall, Itose, who had just finished an attack, waved his arm, and several electric lights immediately rushed to the remaining 3 knights and the magicians behind them like guns. "Lord, be with me!" One of the knights rushed forward with a fearless and sacrificial spirit, arriving in front of the lightning spear's path. He let out a loud shout and released a bright white energy that emitted a dense aura of light, forming an energy barrier in front of the lightning spear. Crackle, crackle, boom! An explosion and a cloud of white dust spread out in front of the knight. Seito didn't expect the lightning attack to have much effect. He immediately jumped up from the ground and rolled over the knight's energy barrier. He stretched his body and waved his arms in midair, releasing countless faint traces of wind blades towards the magicians who were preparing their spells. Then, without even looking, he teleported behind one of the knights and punched the knight's back with the monstrous strength fist technique he developed in the world of hunters. Boom! In an instant, a loud bang sounded. Even though the knight's armor had a magical defense barrier, it was almost instantly broken by Seito's giant fist. The huge force carried by the fist directly hit the surface of the armor, shattering the surface of the alloy armor. The remaining force bombarded the knight's body. Chapter 944. Wah! Even though the magic barrier and armor had reduced a certain amount of power, the remaining force of the punch still managed to injure the knight's body, which had been tempered by countless trials and hardships. The knight opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he had to use the sword in his hand to support himself on the ground to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Imbued force change, heart destruction palm. Seeing that the knight was trying to protect Itose, who had died under his attack, he unclenched his fist and pressed it against the knight's bare back in the next second. Puff! How could the knight, who was already seriously injured, withstand such a strong attack that penetrated his body? His eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of unwillingness as he gradually lost his life. Pierce! At this moment, the roars of his companions echoed in the area that was cleared and sealed off by the British police. Sensing the death of the knight in front of him, Seito stretched out his arm and landed on the hilt of the European-style sword in the knight's hand. His 5 fingers closed together and forcefully took the sword from the knight's hand. Plop! Without the support of the sword, the knight's body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust and staining the knight's face that was still covered in blood. I'm puzzled. Why do you guys want to make things difficult for me? I don't remember doing anything that went against the religious organizations, right? Seito, who was familiar with the situation of the sword, tilted his head and looked at the other 2 knights who were angrily looking at him, and asked, "You blasphemer, don't pretend anymore. You know what you've done," said one of them, except for his tattered clothes. The magician, who was not injured at all, shouted, "Even if I did something, it was in the dimensional world. Do you guys even know what happened in the dimensional world?" Seito, who was secretly complaining in his heart, casually glanced at the magicians who were injured by the wind blades and said, "It seems that your strength is not bad." However, the magician no longer had the mood to talk to Seito and ordered loudly, "Set up the formation." After he finished speaking, the magicians behind him, who seemed to be in a sorry state, immediately moved. They each chose a seemingly random position, but in fact there was a mystery behind it. It was as if something had been activated, and a misty light immediately appeared on all the magicians' bodies. Seito saw this and frowned. He looked up and saw that it was already dusk. He could vaguely see the traces of stars in the sky. He showed a look of realization, combining the characteristics of ancient Babylonian astrology. Retracting his gaze, Ito-sei looked at the mage and said in a low voice. He looked over the human wall formed by the knight who was sent flying by the mountain lean and returned to the team. Today is the middle of March. Late March. The corresponding constellation should be Pisces. The guardian planet should be Neptune, with a water attribute and a green color. Based on this inference, Neptune should be a water attribute. The types of magic attack should be ice and water, as well as a small amount of psychedelic magic. At the same time, Sei-Ito began to analyze the various data of the magic formation with his own knowledge. Just as well, I have more or less understood the attributes of the sword. It's time to attack. After thinking, Sei-Ito fiercely lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. A powerful tremor, like an earthquake, spread out in all directions with Sei-Ito's foot as the center. At the same time, thin and long cracks extended from Sei-Ito's foot and rushed towards the three church knights and the magicians behind them. Following that, Sei-Ito's figure flashed and appeared in front of two of the knights, who were on high alert. Even in the sudden tremor, they were not distracted. Sei-Ito swung the European-style longsword in his hand, which was emitting a faint white light under the stimulation of energy, towards the head of one of the knights. The two knights facing Sei-Ito didn't even look at each other. Very tacitly, one of them raised his sword to block the incoming attack, while the other swung his sword towards Sei-Ito's body. But at this moment, Sei-Ito's longsword suddenly paused. With a 180-degree turn of his wrist, the tip of the longsword pointed towards the ground to meet the incoming attack. At the same time, he raised his left foot high and kicked the chest of the knight, who was wide open with extraordinary strength fist. Boom! The powerful explosive force from his foot instantly broke the defensive magic formation on the knight's breastplate. The 2-inch thick breastplate was shattered, and the sole of his foot landed on the knight's chest. Gotcha! Because it was a surprise attack from the front, the breastplate's defensive strength was obviously higher than the back. Therefore, after breaking through the breastplate's defense, the extraordinary strength kick only broke 2 of the knight's ribs. Water wall! Just as the knight's body flew backwards towards the magicians, the leader of the magicians quickly chanted a simple incantation and waved his hand to summon a wall of water behind the knight, catching the knight's body. Ice spear strike. Following that, the magician shouted again. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens or even hundreds of irregular spears made of ice crystals suddenly appeared above the heads of all the magicians. The tips were pointed in the direction of Ito-sei, and like raindrops, they continuously shot down. Sei-Ito pushed the knight's longsword away and jumped back. At the same time, he swung his sword in front of him. In an instant, a huge crescent moon-shaped blade chi flew out from the European-style greatsword that was emitting a faint white light and met the ice spears that were falling down. The sharp blade aura cut through the ice spears as if they were cutting fruit, and the ice spears flew towards the magicians. Protect! At this time, the knight who was saved by the water wall resisted the pain on his body and shouted loudly. He used his light Ming energy to form a huge wall in front of the blade chi. Boom! An explosion sounded in front of the knight, and a large amount of white smoke spread out, blocking the knight and the magicians behind him. At this time, Sei-Ito, who had just landed on his feet, had a thought. He used instant transmission to appear behind the only 2 knights who could see clearly. Twisting his body's strength into his sword, he turned around and slashed at the knight's neck. Clang, kacha, poo! First, there was a clear sound. The blade of the sword was automatically blocked by a magic barrier on the knight's armor. However, the defensive magic on the sword only resisted for a brief moment before it was broken by the power emanating from the sword. The sound of glass shattering could be heard as the sharp longsword sliced through the gap between the knight's helmet and breastplate. The knight's head still had a shocked expression on his face as blood spurted out from the cavity. It rolled and fell to the ground, making a clang 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 sound. F***ck. The last knight, the one who had been attacked by Mountain Lean, shouted with fear and anger on his face. Bang! After completing the slash, the tip of the longsword heavily hit the ground, creating a thin and long crack on the ground that was paved with ordinary sand and asphalt. At this time, Sei-Ito used the European-style longsword he had snatched from the enemy as support. His body moved horizontally, and he kicked at the knight with both feet. In the end, this knight was a fighter who had undergone strict training. Even if he was very shocked and angry, he quickly reacted. He held his sword in front of him with both hands and blocked Sei-Ito's attack. But because the process was a bit rushed, he couldn't help but take a few steps back under the attack. Just as Sei-Ito landed on the ground and was about to launch another attack, a faintly discernible sound suddenly rang in his ears. At the same time, a feeling of unreality, as if he had taken an overdose of drugs, welled up in Sei-Ito's mind and affected his vision. It's the mermaid's song. Sei-Ito immediately found the culprit behind this change in his mind. Roar! Now that he knew the cause, Sei-Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately activated the energy in his body and transformed it into the purest yang energy. He roared in the direction of the magician team according to his memory of the Buddhist lion's roar. Only a layer of faint ripples could be seen as the sound wave passed through the white smoke that was about to disperse and bombarded the knight, who was in an even more sorry state. He was forcefully sent flying with the sound wave toward the magician team that was casting the spell. Bang! The sound wave and the knight's body collided with the light blue barrier that was automatically generated outside the magic formation. Waves of vibration spread out on the energy barrier. What? The knight, who was immobilized by the lion's roar, spat out a mouthful of blood. He lowered his head dispiritedly, looking like he was about to die. Roar! Sei-Ito, who had recovered from the mermaid's song state with the help of the lion's roar, once again released a powerful lion's roar in the direction of the knight and the magic formation. Puff! The knight, who was the first to bear the brunt of the lion's roar immediately died in a state of bleeding from his 7 orifices. Roar! But before the lion's roar ended, Sei-Ito once again activated the energy in his body and released a powerful lion's roar at the magic formation formed by the magicians. Crack, 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 crackle. Finally, after 3 consecutive lion's roar attacks, the magic formation's barrier finally reached its limit. It shattered into countless irregular fragments amidst a series of cracking sounds and gradually disappeared into the air. Ah! As the magic formation's barrier broke, the magicians, who were the core of the formation's energy and operation, immediately suffered a backlash. They all cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. At this point, the magic formation was officially broken. Chapter 945. Without the protection of the magic formation and suffering from the backlash of magic, the magicians who had temporarily lost their ability to resist were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Sei-Ito. They posed no threat to him at all. Seeing this, Sei-Ito didn't hold back. He immediately used the shrinking technique and rushed into the midst of the magicians. He waved the European-style greatsword in his hand, which was emitting a faint white light under the stimulation of his energy. He slashed and slashed, ending the lives of the magicians one by one. After a few seconds, Sei-Ito, who was standing on the road covered in the blood of the magicians, turned his gaze and landed on the last surviving knight. Ah! Seeing Sei-Ito's gaze, the knight's heart suddenly filled with fear. He raised his long sword and rushed toward Sei-Ito. Seeing this, Sei-Ito didn't move. He only raised the greatsword in his hand and used his strange strength to break the sword into several pieces. He lightly tossed them and wrapped them with his psychokinesis. He controlled the sharp edges of the fragments to fly towards the knight's body. Puff, 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 puff. The magical defense of the knight's armor had long been broken by Sei-Ito's mountain rush. Now it was just an ordinary armor made with modern technology. Its defensive power was only able to block bullets, but it didn't have any other effect. Immediately, under Seito's control, the knight was hit in the head, throat, and other vital points by the fragment. He lost his life. Plop! The lifeless body took a few more steps forward due to inertia before falling heavily to the ground. Pop! After killing the last knight, Seito raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A weak flame that looked like it could be extinguished at any time suddenly appeared above his finger and burned quietly. Then, Seito swung his hand and threw the weak flame towards the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, the flame seemed to have eaten an accelerant. It fiercely turned into a long fire snake and fell on the corpse on the ground, burning fiercely. Seito no longer paid attention to the corpse. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to his home in Akikuruno, Japan. He entered a very ancient-style bathroom and washed his body. Phew! Sure enough, taking a bath after a battle is a wonderful pleasure. Seito leaned against the edge of the bathtub and sighed softly. Then he raised his right hand from the water and flipped his palm. A raging sphere appeared in his palm. Since you guys are so impolite, then don't blame me for not paying attention. As Itose spoke, he sent the task of launching attacks on existing churches in various countries around the world through the black ball in his hand into the big black ball placed in each country and issued it to each black ball team. Of course, this alone was not enough to strike a blow to the church. Therefore, after the mission was issued, Seito thought and took out a quantum computer. He used his electromagnetic control ability to connect to the world network out of thin air and began to search and collect all the negative information about the Church of the Cross. Directly or slightly processed, it was mixed with all the worse false rumors about the Church of the Cross and densely published on the network. Modern warfare can't be played with just strength. Public opinion is also a very terrifying weapon. Seito, who used his ability to control the computer, had a rather sinister expression on his face as he laughed softly. Under Seito's control, in the next few days, church buildings in various countries were attacked by unknown people and there were casualties among the Orthodox clergy. A large amount of negative information that was unfavorable to the church was noisy on the network. It was even quoted and announced on paper by the Orthodox media. It impacted the ordinary people's impression of the church and caused the church's image to drop significantly. In order to deal with this situation, the church had to send a part of their manpower to protect the existing church buildings around the world. At the same time, they let a cardinal act as a spokesperson to condemn the unknown people who attacked the church buildings and clergy. They also clarified the negative information that ignored the church to the people. However, Seito, who had long expected the church to do this, simultaneously suppressed the attack on the church buildings. At the same time, he increased public opinion guidance and increased the pressure on the church. He wanted them to give a clear answer to the incident and not half-heartedly deal with it or deal with it internally. At this time, the upper echelons and elites of various countries around the world also smelled a little of a conspiracy from the current situation. However, regarding the existence of the Church of the Cross, the upper echelons of various countries, especially the countries in Europe and the United States that had been eroded by the Church of the Cross, had certain prejudices. Therefore, even if they discovered the conspiracy, they did not make any statements. At this time, the initiator of all the things, Seito, accompanied the eldest sister Suzu Ito to the hotel where her friend's wedding banquet was held. Of course, the car came from the Rubik's Cube world and the driver was Seito, the strong laborer. "I'm really not used to the feeling of wearing a suit," Seito, who was driving the car, said as he moved his neck uncomfortably. In Japan, when attending a wedding, men must wear formal attire, which was a suit. Women had to wear a more formal dress. Otherwise, they would be regarded as rude behavior and be included in the ranks of unwelcome. In addition, there were also special requirements for the color of clothes and belongings. White and pink clothing were not allowed, purple, red, and green items were not allowed. Therefore, Seito, who had not worn a suit even once since he was reborn into this world, could not help but wear one. Get used to it. Now that you are an adult, 20 years old in Japan, you have to wear formal attire in many places in the future, especially in social activities. Otherwise, you will be regarded as uneducated. Suzu Ito, who was wearing a black sleeveless one-piece dress, flesh-colored stockings, a pair of black mid-heel leather shoes, light makeup on her face, and long black hair naturally scattered around her body, smiled. Well, with the current state of our family, it seems unlikely. Seito shrugged. That's true, but you have to learn to adapt. Maybe you will need to wear it someday. Thinking of the current situation of her family, Suzu Ito said with some emotion. Yes, I know, Seito said with a long voice. In this way, the two arrived at the hotel where the wedding banquet was held. Ling-chan, you are here. At this moment, a voice full of joy suddenly sounded in Seito's ears, and then a young woman wearing a white wedding dress, a white hairband, and a white flower with a man in a black suit appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Congratulations, Mickey. Suzu Ito shook hands with the person and smiled. Hello, I am Mickey's college classmate, Suzu Ito. Suzu Ito greeted the man next to her. Then she pointed to Seito next to her and introduced him to the man and Mickey. This is my little brother, Seito. Hello, I am Seito. Seito greeted with a salute. Hello, I am Mickey's husband, Takiwe. Thank you very much for coming to my wedding with Mickey. The man named Takiwe returned the salute with a smile. Okay, we will not disturb you, we will go in first. Because there were more guests, after a simple introduction, Suzu Ito tactfully left. Okay, we will talk later. Mickey also knew that this was not a good time to talk, and then she sent Suzu Ito and Seito into the banquet hall. When passing by the door, Ito-rin handed a red envelope containing 10,000 renminbi in it to the recipient at the entrance of the banquet hall. The red envelope was made of 5 gold and 5 silver wires in the traditional way and was tied together in the shape of a moth. She then signed her name on the guest list and handed it to the recipient at the entrance of the banquet hall. With both hands holding Seito's arm, Suzu Ito walked between the tables in the banquet hall and looked around. Soon, Suzu Ito's gaze landed on something and happily pulled Seito to where the women were standing. Mickey, Mayo, Yumi. When they got close to the women, Suzu Ito greeted them. Lin-chan. The women heard the greeting and turned their heads. When they saw Suzu Ito's face, they all greeted her happily. Long time no see, Mickey, Mayo, Yumi. Suzu Ito, who opened her arms and hugged the 3 women one by one, smiled. Yeah, long time no see. What have you been busy with recently? I can't get in touch with you. Among the 3, a woman wearing a khaki shoulder-length long-sleeved dress with light-colored stockings wrapped around her legs said. Her hair was dyed brown and curled up at the end. Nothing much. I'm just a shaman in my family's shrine. Suzu Ito replied with a smile. Then, in order to avoid further questions, she introduced Seito to everyone. This is my little brother, Seito. What do you think? Handsome, right? Suzu Ito said proudly. He's indeed very handsome. A short-haired woman in a black female suit echoed the words of the 3 people. Come, little brother. Let me introduce you. Suzu Ito, who got the approval of the short-haired woman, smiled and introduced the 3 women in front of Seito. These 3 are also older sister's university classmates. This woman dressed like a man is called Yumi Yamazaki. Hey, who's a man? The woman named Yumi Yamazaki pretended to be unhappy. This is Miki Moriwa. Suzu Ito pointed at the brown-haired woman and introduced her. This is Mayo Shiraishi. Suzu Ito pointed at the last woman of the three and introduced her. After Sei Ito greeted the three women, Suzu Ito once again talked to the three women about the interesting things that happened in the university, the recent situation of their life, and the gossip of their classmates and friends. She completely ignored Sei Ito until the wedding banquet started half an hour later. Chapter 946. P.S. Thanks to Instant Potato, NXCX, Nickfany, and 157747860 for their tip. It's so uncomfortable, Sei Ito complained in a low voice as he left the banquet hall with the crowd. It was no wonder that he was like this. There were many rules and taboos in Japanese wedding ceremonies. Let's take a normal conversation as an example. Words like leaving, returning, leaving, breaking, thin, cold, shallow, extinguishing, suffering, death, repeating, breaking, and the numbers 4 and 2 would bring about inauspicious and ominous omens. This made Ito Saigeo, who was used to speaking so much at weddings, and even gossiping about his friends' family matters with his acquaintances, unable to get used to it. In addition, before the wedding began, it was like a Chinese meeting, asking for introducers, parents, leaders, and other important people to speak. If it wasn't for the fact that it would be too embarrassing for Suzu Ito to leave, Sei Ito would want to leave immediately. But fortunately, after the wedding began, it wasn't like Chinese people who would make a big fuss at the table, occupying a table, and not leaving until the end of the banquet. Basically, it was more or less the same, so the process was very fast. Except for making people uncomfortable, there was no big problem. Ling-chan, let's find a place to play together? Mia, who was chatting with Suzu Ito, Yumi, and Makoto, suggested. Yeah. Yumi on the side also echoed. You decide. Sei Ito looked at Suzu Ito, who looked at him and asked if there was any problem with her eyes. Obviously, Suzu Ito wanted to get together with friends she hadn't seen for a long time, but she was afraid of adding trouble to Sei Ito because of her willfulness. After all, they weren't very safe themselves, okay. Suzu Ito, who saw Sei Ito's subtle movements, immediately agreed with a smile. Seeing that Suzu Ito had agreed, Mia turned to look at Sei Ito and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble you to go back by yourself." Okay. Sei Ito replied with a smile. After that, Sei Ito's group of 5 chatted and laughed as they arrived at the parking lot. They then got into the cars of the people who had driven over. They started the car and left the banquet hall. Halfway through the journey, they split into 2 groups and drove in the direction of Akikuruno and Shinjuku respectively. Sei Ito, who was driving home, first went into the bathroom to wash off the smell of alcohol on his body. Then, he put on comfortable clothes and returned to his bedroom. He took out his quantum computer and continued to use his electromagnetic control ability to slander the cross-sect on the international network. However, at this point there was basically nothing to criticize. They could only use public opinion to oppress the cross-religion. He also asked the secular media to use paparazzi to follow and monitor the cross-sex buildings to obstruct their actions. However, although the paparazzi had many ways to follow people, they were only effective against ordinary people. For organizations like the church, which had special means, they were basically useless. They would only add to the psychological distress of the special people in the church. There will be problems if you feel disgusted for a long time. Sei Ito chuckled in a low voice with a strange expression on his face. At this moment, Sei Ito flipped his hand and opened the Bounty Union's mission middleware. He logged in to his user account and checked the completion status of the mission that was previously posted. Mission number X10098X9925Z. Completion status. Pending confirmation, item has been submitted. Just as Sei Ito was about to extract the content page image of the randomly selected mission item to confirm whether the item met his requirements, a light and pleasant ringtone sounded. He reached out and took the phone from the side. Looking down to check the caller ID, Seito frowned slightly and pressed the answer button. He then put the phone to his ear. Mage Bella? Seito said. Bella Jackson, one of the 3 female mages that Seito hired in the name of magic consultant through Firth's magic intermediary in the magic realm. However, because her strength was only an official mage, which was the general grade C, she was only an official mage. Seito usually didn't talk to her about magic, so their relationship was only employer and employee. Unlike Ito Sei and Ingrid Raphael, who had a very good, even ambiguous, private relationship Lucian had with each other. Yes. On the other side of the phone, there was obviously a little panic in her voice, but she pretended to be calm. Are you in any trouble? Hearing the voice from the phone, Seito asked with slight concern. Do you have time? I have something to talk to you about in person, Bella said with hesitation. Okay. After a moment of silence, Seito agreed. Time, place. Half an hour, in the public square in the Slanwa district where I live, is that okay? Bella stuttered. I got it, Ito Siu replied vaguely, and then hung up the phone without any explanation. A trap. Seito, who was flipping the phone in his hand, muttered to himself, who will be next? Betty Arnold? Or Ingrid Raphael? Then he put these useless thoughts aside for the time being. He pulled up his sister Suzu Ito's phone number and told her that he had to leave home for a while, and he wasn't sure when he would be home. He also told her to be careful and to be careful. Then he formed a seal with one hand and used the transformation technique to turn into a 24 or 25-year-old British young man. He then used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear from his home and appeared on the streets of England. He then strolled toward one of the entrances to the magic realm. There's no one here? Seito didn't find any special arrangement at the entrance, and it was still crowded as usual. He was surprised. It seems that the senior management of the magic realm is very dissatisfied with the blocking of the road last time. With this thought in mind, Seito began to chant the secret words to open the door of the magic realm, and stepped into the magic realm. Seito, who appeared directly at the end of Merlin Avenue, went straight to the public teleportation circle, took out the magic realm card, paid the teleportation fee, and stepped into the teleportation circle to the Slanwa district. In an instant, the scene in Seito's eyes changed from the originally clean and tidy European-style stone street to a place with potholes on the ground. Most of the residents were ordinary people, and they were dressed in a very rustic manner. The location of the teleportation circle was in the center of the public square of the block. Seito walked out of the teleportation circle and glanced at the surrounding crowd without leaving a trace while walking toward Bella Jackson's residence with a clear goal. Could it be that I'm wrong? Bella Jackson has other important matters to see me, and she didn't call me because she was forced by the members of the church as I thought? Seito didn't find any suspicious people in the sparse crowd, as he thought to himself with a slight frown. Just like this, Seito finally came to a place with a slightly dirty wall. At first glance, it looked like an independent house that had a sense of time. He reached out his hand and pressed on the magic circle carved on the side of the door frame that had the same function as a modern doorbell. As the magic circle lit up, Bella's calm voice came from the magic circle. "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Hello, Miss Bella. I'm a staff member of the Stark Express Company. There's a mail from overseas that needs to be delivered to you personally. Can I trouble you to open the door?" Seito used a disguised voice. He used the name of a delivery company in the magic realm as an excuse to reply. "My mail?" Bella repeated in confusion. "Yes, the mail is sent from China," Seito replied. "Oh, please wait for a moment," Bella said. As soon as her voice fell, the magic circle that Seito pressed on with his hand quickly extinguished. However, a soft creak came from the door. Then, Bella Jackson, who was wearing casual home clothes and had messy short red hair, walked out from the open door. She looked like she had just woken up and didn't have time to wash up. Seeing Bella, Saito didn't pretend anymore. He immediately stepped forward and pulled Bella into his arms. Without any explanation, he lowered his head and kissed her lips that didn't have any lip gloss on. Bella, who was suddenly attacked, instantly forgot the fact that she was an official mage. She stared blankly at the face of the British young man that Ito-sei had transformed into. Her eyes were wide open, and she rejected him like a little girl. In order to facilitate his investigation, Saito hugged Bella Jackson's body tightly to prevent her from struggling. At the same time, he quickly scanned the room behind Bella with the corner of his eyes to see if there was an ambush from the church in the room. At the same time, he activated his spiritual sensing ability to detect Bella Jackson's current thought. Under the perception of LV7 spiritual sensing ability, Bella Jackson's spiritual activities immediately appeared clearly in Ito-sei's eyes. At this moment, other than thinking about the identity of the man in front of her and how she could break free from his shackles, Ito-sei also caught a thought that was temporarily suppressed, but occasionally popped up in her mind. With the appearance of this thought, Saito roughly understood the reason why Bella Jackson was looking for him this time. It wasn't to help the church ambush him as he expected. Instead, it was for some very personal reasons that she wanted to borrow money from him. Phew! Saito understood that he was overthinking and let go of Bella Jackson's shackles. Bella Jackson, who had enough time to break free from Saito's shackles, immediately retreated. At the same time, she waved her right hand and chanted a simple spell to cast a level 0 spell, illuminating spell, at Saito. In an instant, a dazzling white light appeared in front of Saito and Bella, blocking each other's vision. However, Bella, who was already prepared for her own spell, closed her eyes the moment the illuminating spell lit up. Then, she opened her eyes again in the next second and continued to wave her hand to chant a spell. She used a level 1 arrow shot spell to shoot a slender metal stick behind the door at Saito, who should be in a state of temporary blindness due to the illuminating spell. But at this point, Bella still didn't stop her magic attack. She waved her hand again and chanted a long spell that was 1 or 2 syllables longer than the previous 2 spells. She summoned an invisible wind rope that stopped beside her. She was prepared to use it after Saito was hit by the metal stick. The time taken for this series of magic attack was less than 3 seconds. It clearly showed that Bella, as an official mage, had a solid foundation and was proficient in magic control. If it was against an ordinary attacker, Bella's combination of spells would definitely be effective. Unfortunately, her opponent was her employer, Saito, an expert who was about to step into the S-realm. Therefore, even though the illuminating spell had a certain effect, the metal stick that came after the arrow was easily caught by Saito. It couldn't move an inch forward. She didn't cast a binding spell like the cursed lion to imprison herself in place. As Bella's face was filled with despair, Saito, with the metal stick in his hand, flashed into Bella's room and locked the door behind him. Bella, take a good look. It's me. As Saito spoke, he dispelled the effects of the transfiguration spell and the binding spell on Bella. Bella regained her freedom. Chen! Bella cried out in shock when she saw Saito's face clearly. She would never have thought that this strange man who suddenly kissed her, grabbed her metal stick with his physical strength, and knew the cursed lion was the person who hired her as a mage consultant. He was only at the level of an apprentice, Chun Shichen. Yes, it's me. For some reason, I thought this invitation was a trap to ambush me. That's why I did what I did just now to make sure that you weren't an enemy. I apologize for that. Saito spread his hands in front of him and explained helplessly while shaking his head. Bella was silent for a moment. She then exclaimed in an agitated tone, You treated me like that just because of your suspicions? Did you know? I thought you were going to rape me just now. You might even kill me afterward. Do you know how scared and desperate I was just now? An apology would be enough. No. Absolutely not. Then what do you want me to do? Compensate you? Seito asked in return. Yes. Bella Jackson, who was thinking of turning the passive into the active, answered subconsciously when she heard the words that completely matched the answer in her heart. However, she quickly came back to her senses and said with an awkward expression, "Yes, you should compensate me for the psychological trauma you caused me. Compensation for the psychological damage." "All right, how much do you want?" Seito asked while trying to hold back his laughter. 2,000 Merlin gold. Bella demanded an exorbitant price. "Oh my God, you're asking for too much. Bella, 2,000 Merlin gold is enough for me to buy a good-looking woman with magic power in the black market. If I'm lucky, I can even buy a woman who's at the level of an official mage. You want 2,000 Merlin gold for just kissing you and scaring you? Then I might as well rape you once. That's more like it," Seito retorted with an exaggerated expression. At the same time, his gaze landed on Bella's chest and a strange smile appeared on his face. Chapter 947. What are you doing? Bella, who was frightened by Seito's actions, instinctively took a defensive stance. She looked at Seito, who was obviously stronger than her, and said in a low voice, "I'm warning you. I'm also an official member of the Magician Association, and at the same time, I'm also the protector of the Female Magician Protection Association. If you dare to force me to do something that I don't want to do, I have the right to ask for help from the Female Magician Protection Association, and ask the Magician Association to punish you. I believe that you don't want that kind of consequence." "Then what if no one asks the higher-ups?" Seito looked at Bella Jackson with a smile that didn't look like a smile. These words poked at the fear in Bella Jackson's heart, causing her expression to change slightly. "Seeing that you're the magic consultant that I hired, I'll give you two choices now. First, have a good talk with me with a sincere attitude. Second, continue to demand an exorbitant price, but the consequences." Seito looked at Bella Jackson's eyes and said softly. Hearing this, Bella Jackson's expression changed a few times, and then she removed her defensive stance. She turned around and walked into the room, while saying to Seito behind her, "Come in." The layout of Bella Jackson's room was the same as a typical European house, with a sofa by the fireplace, a tea table in the middle of the sofa, and a magic broadcast on the opposite side of the tea table. "Please enjoy your tea," Bella Jackson said as she used the apprentice-level mage hand to make a cup of black tea for Seito and placed it on the tea table in front of him. "TSK, you used to personally make tea for me when I came here. This time, you directly used magic. Seems like you have a big prejudice against me," Seito said with a smile as he reached out to take a sip of the tea. "Thank me. I didn't add magic potions to your tea because of my prejudice against you," Bella Jackson said as she took a sip of tea from the teacup. "Thank you very much, Miss Mage Bella," Seito said in a frivolous tone as he put the teacup back on the tea table. "Okay, now can you tell me why you want to meet me?" Seito asked Bella Jackson, who was sitting opposite him. "I want to borrow money from you." Bella Jackson was silent for a moment, and then said with some reluctance, "Reason?" Seito asked. "It's all because of that B*TC." Bella Jackson suddenly burst out cursing, then she continued with an angry expression, "It's just a Norwegian magic dog, and it's the kind that's sick and dying. Why do I have to treat her? She's fighting me. What a bitch." Hearing this, Itose couldn't help but recall the information about Bella Jackson that he saw in the Foss agency. He remembered that there was a piece of information that said she was a magical beast doctor who worked part-time in a magical beast shop called Tuaw Creek. obviously, because he didn't discuss magic with her normally. She had a lot of free time, and she had a special love for money, so she went back to work part-time. Because of the battle, I broke some of the shop's props. I also caused the death of a Sphinx magic bird, so I have to compensate for the loss. Bella Jackson, who had calmed down a little, continued. Shop treatment. Miss Mage Bella, I remember in the employment agreement that I signed, there seems to be a special note that I can't accept other jobs without permission during the period of employment. If there are special circumstances, you need to discuss the reporting terms with me in advance. Ito leaned forward slightly, and stared at Bella Jackson with a sense of oppression as he questioned her. I don't remember, is there? Bella Jackson looked a little embarrassed as she pretended to be stupid. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, we can contact Miss Maria from the Furs Agency to check the copy of the contract. Ito said with squinted eyes. No, it's okay. Bella Jackson quickly shook her head and said, I remember now. There is indeed such a clause. Then, as the compensation for breaking the agreement, I'm sure you still remember it, Miss Mage Bella, right? Ito continued to question her without holding back. Churn, just say it directly. What do you mean? Bella Jackson, who was forced into a psychological corner, frowned and asked back with an unhappy expression. Ito leaned back on the chair again and looked at Bella Jackson calmly. It's very simple. Sign a new loyalty agreement with me and officially become my servant. Your family is? Bella Jackson asked hesitantly. In the demonic realm, there were large and small mage families. Among them, the large mage families had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. There were many precious secret books and unique talents in their families. If one joined such a mage family, the resources and training they would receive would be much better than cultivating alone. Meanwhile, in a small mage family, there would only be 2 or 3 members. Their collective strength might not even be comparable to a 1-star mage. If it was such a family, it would be better for them to remain free, lest they be implicated and destroyed for some inexplicable reason. My family hasn't been officially established yet. You're the first one other than me. Ito chuckled. You're not joking? Bella Jackson asked with a strange expression. Ito shook his head to show that he was not joking. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in betting my future on an uncertain cause. It seems like borrowing money from you was a wrong choice. I'll find a way to pay the compensation as soon as possible, but please allow me to terminate the employment agreement with you when the time comes, Bella Jackson said with a serious expression. You've made up your mind? Ito asked. I'm sure. Bella Jackson nodded to confirm. All right, forget about the compensation. We'll part on good terms. Maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. Ito shrugged indifferently. In fact, Ito had invited Bella Jackson on a whim after remembering that she was a magical beast doctor. He wanted to let her study the magical beasts caught in the Enmile wetland and the Dark Continent after she agreed. He wanted to see if he could use the magic power of the main world to cultivate new magical beasts. However, since she didn't agree, Ito didn't force her and let go of the idea of signing her as his subordinate. After all, Bella Jackson was only an official mage. Her knowledge of magical beasts was only about healing. She didn't meet the requirements in his heart. Thank you very much for your generosity. After Bella Jackson heard that she didn't have to pay the compensation for the breach of contract, she smiled sincerely and thanked him. At this point, Ito didn't beat around the bush. He borrowed the fixed magic phone in Bella Jackson's house and called Fuss Magic Agency. He found the original manager, Miss Maria, and asked her to bring the contract with Bella Jackson to Bella Jackson's house to terminate the contract. After contacting the relevant personnel, Ito sat back on the chair and chatted with Bella Jackson, whose attitude towards him had improved a lot. After more than 20 minutes, Maria, who was dressed like a professional, arrived with a document bag in her hand. After a simple greeting, Seito and Bella Jackson peacefully terminated the magic employment contract with Maria as the witness. They each signed the termination document with their own magic badges. It was also at this time that Maria and Bella Jackson realized that Seito's mage level had changed from apprentice to official mage. He was at the same level as Bella Jackson and Maria. This guy is definitely not an official mage. Bella Jackson, who had a brief encounter with Seito, thought to herself. Congratulations, Chun. I didn't expect you to reach the official mage level so quickly. Maria, who had a good impression of Seito since they met in the past, congratulated him. Thank you, Seito said politely. A few minutes later, Ito-sei and Maria, who had completed the termination of the contract, said goodbye to Bella Jackson and left Bella's home together. Let's go for a meal together. After Bella Jackson returned to the house, Seito reached out and wrapped his arms around Maria's chubby waist and suggested with a smile. Sure, but only after I get off work. Although Maria rolled her eyes at Seito, she did not push away Seito's hand. Okay, we can also do some other entertainment after the meal, Seito said with a flirtatious expression. At this time, the two had already walked to the public square and arrived in front of the teleportation portal. Seito gentlemanly took out his credit card and paid the teleportation fee. Then, he returned to Merlin Street with Maria. I'll come and pick you up later, Seito said as he sent Maria back to the entrance of Foss Agency. Okay, Maria replied. Then, Seito lowered his head and gave Maria a French kiss. After that, he waved goodbye to Maria and went to the Great Merlin Library in the middle of Merlin Street. He walked into the library with his original appearance and continued to read the various magic books in the library. After a few hours, Seito felt that it was about time and stopped flipping the book. He turned around and left the Great Merlin Library. Furthermore, in order to avoid bringing danger to Maria, who was not that close to him and could at most be considered as a pillow friend for a night, he deliberately walked around the Great Merlin Library a few times, releasing his perception to search for possible enemies. Not to mention, there were a few magicians who did not have any light energy on them, but they were always looking at him strangely. These are probably the church's spies in the magic realm, Seito thought to himself. Then, he turned around and quickly inserted himself into the gap between the houses. He changed into someone else's appearance and ran out from the other side. He blended into the crowd and slowly walked towards Foss Agency. Chapter 948. Sorry, I'm late. Regardless of whether it was really late or not, Ito-sei, who met Maria at the entrance of the agency, apologized with an apologetic face. No, you're just in time, Maria smiled. Then let's go, beautiful lady, Seito said as he put his hand around Maria's waist and looked down at her. Of course, Maria replied. Then the two of them chatted intimately as they walked towards the restaurant that Maria had chosen. It was said that the food was delicious. The restaurant's location was not bad. It was located between the busy city and the quiet city. It didn't look deserted, and it didn't make people feel that it wasn't good enough. The decoration was very Magic Realm style. It was close to the retro style of medieval Europe, but there were also some modern design concepts in some of the details. The interior of the restaurant was very spacious, completely inconsistent with the appearance of the small door on the outside. It was obvious that the owner of the restaurant was either a powerful mage who was well versed in magic formations, or he was rich and powerful enough to hire an expert of the Magic Association to set up a magic formation to distort and expand the interior of the restaurant. Magical lamps emitting soft light dotted the walls and ceiling, providing a comfortable illumination for the dining hall. Please give me a private room, Seito said to the waiter who came over. Okay, please follow me. The waiter bowed and led the way. He then led Seito and Maria to the stairs on the left side of the restaurant. They walked up the stairs step by step to the second floor and finally stopped in an empty private room. In the private room, Seito first pulled out a chair for Maria to sit down in a gentlemanly manner. Then he walked to the opposite side of Maria and sat down on the chair that was pulled out by the waiter. "You can order," Seito said as he handed the menu to Maria. Foreigners generally weren't too hypocritical and polite. So after she took the menu, she really ordered one dish after another. "Let's do as she says," Seito said to the waiter as he rejected the menu from Maria. "All right." The waiter took the menu and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him, leaving Seito and Maria alone. Seito then started chatting with Maria. Most of the topics were about Maria, and only a few of them talked about Seito himself. Other than that, they talked about the news and interesting things in the Devil's Realm. He also talked about magic. As they chatted and laughed, the waiter quickly served the food and a bottle of red wine that Maria had ordered. Cheers! Before the meal, Seito and Maria gently clinked their glasses and took a sip out of courtesy. Then, they continued to chat while eating the bloody medium-rare steak in front of them, as well as the salad and other vegetables. About half an hour later, the two of them ended the session in a happy atmosphere. Other than the food that Seito didn't like, everything else was good. After the meal, Seito and Maria played in the entertainment area at the north end of Merlin Street for a while. When the sky turned dark, they took the magic circle back to the house that Seito bought through Maria. Even though Maria looked like this, she was still very emotional. After entering the room, she even drank red wine with Seito. Accompanied by the music, they danced a very ambiguous dance in the living room. When she felt that the atmosphere was enough, she walked into the bathroom with her eyes full of spring. "Oh, Maria, you are so beautiful!" After about 10 minutes, Seito, who was already naked and waiting on the bed, looked at Maria, who was also naked and had some water stains on her body, and praised her in a very European style. After being praised, Maria's face flashed with a proud look. She actually danced a sexy and provocative dance in front of Seito as if she was drunk, tempting Seito's desire. "TSK. It seems that this one-night friend is not bad," Seito thought. His face first showed a surprised expression, then a look of admiration appeared on his face. Then, Seito also stood up from the bed and danced with Maria in the bedroom. After a few minutes, Maria suddenly pushed Seito's shoulders with both hands and pushed Seito onto the bed. Then, Maria quickly climbed onto the bed and straddled Seito's body. She held the spear that was as hard as iron in her hand and sat down in front of the tidal cave. "Moo!" In an instant, Maria let out a low moan with a look of enjoyment. "You are really a surprise, Chun." Maria's hands were lightly pressed on Seito's chest. She moved her waist slightly and looked at Seito's face with her seductive eyes. "The surprise is yet to come," Seito said with his hands on Maria's waist. "Oh!" As soon as Seito finished speaking, Maria let out a low moan in the so-called surprise. "Maybe today's entertainment will be a rare pleasure," Maria thought in her heart and moved even more actively. Just like that, Seito and Maria began to fight fiercely in the bedroom. All kinds of fighting sounds, cries of pain, and the sound of chairs falling to the ground echoed in the room. At the same time, a strange smell mixed with the scent of shower gel and Maria's body spread in the warm room under the enhancement of the temperature adjustment magic circle, adding to the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. However, although Maria was a Westerner who had a lot of stamina and high combat power, she was still a mage who specialized in mental strength. In terms of physical strength, she was no match for a warrior who specialized in physical strength. Therefore, after a while, Maria was finally defeated by Seito's Chun family spear technique. Her face was flushed and she kept begging for mercy. However, Seito did not stop the battle. Instead, he continued to pursue and attack until Maria completely surrendered. Only then did he beat the gong to retreat and give Maria some good words to calm her down. That was really, really great. Maria, who did not even have the strength to move, looked at Sei-Ito and praised, "I think I will never forget today." If you can't forget, then don't forget. We will always remember in the future. Sei-Ito, who was kneading Maria's breasts into various shapes, smiled and said, "But you have to exercise more in the future. This kind of physical strength is not enough." "It's not that my physical strength is not enough. It's that your physical strength is too abnormal," Maria retorted, rolling her eyes. She then slightly adjusted her body so that she could feel the things that were still in her body more clearly. She then continued, "But maybe you are right. I should exercise more." After that, Sei-Ito said some ambiguous words of love to Maria before they hugged each other and fell asleep. Chapter 949. P.S. Thank you to Blazing Feather for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Instant Potato, NXCX, and Nickfanny for their tips. The next morning, Sei-Ito and Maria had a simple breakfast before they left together. They took the teleportation circle back to Merlin Street and sent Maria to the furs agency where she worked. "See you later," Sei-Ito smiled at Maria. "See you later," Maria replied with a smile. The two of them said goodbye with a simple kiss at the door. Then, they parted ways. One of them turned around and entered the furs agency, while the other went straight to the entrance of the magic realm and chanted a spell to leave the magic realm. Then, Sei-Ito went to the British Bounty Association branch. After paying a temporary storage fee, he received the mission item that met his mission requirements from the Bounty Association's staff. It was a black book with simple dark gold English words written on the cover. Perhaps because the original owner kept it well, it looked 70% to 80% new. Its thickness and size were slightly thicker than a middle school Chinese textbook. Sei-Ito flipped through the book in front of the staff and made sure there was no problem with the book. He signed the name he filled in when he registered as a member and turned around to leave the Bounty Association branch. He went to a secluded corner where there were no pedestrians or cameras around and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Because of the time difference, it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon in Japan. It was dinner time for most people. "You're back." Light footsteps came from the bedroom. Suzu-Ito stopped what she was doing and turned around to look at the corridor leading to the bedroom. When she saw Sei-Ito was the one who made the sound, she let out a sigh of relief and greeted him with a smile. I'm back," Sei-Ito responded with a smile. "Wait, dinner will be ready soon." Suzu-Ito stopped looking at Sei-Ito and focused on cleaning up the dishes in front of her. "Okay," Sei-Ito replied as he walked to the dining table and pulled out a chair to sit down. Then, he waved his hand at the remote control placed not far away. The remote control automatically flew to his hand and started to search for the TV channel he wanted to watch. Just as Ito-sei chose a program that looked passable to him, he suddenly heard a voice. Suzu-Ito's voice sounded again. "Okay, little brother, come and help." Ito-sei responded casually. He stood up from the chair, walked into the kitchen, took the bowls, chopsticks, and other tableware from Ito-ling's hands, placed them on the table one by one, and then went into the kitchen again to take the food. It was delivered to the dining table. After 2 trips back and forth, all the food was placed. Ito-sei and Ito-rin came out of the kitchen and sat on both sides of the table, facing each other. "I'm going to start eating." Sei-Ito and Suzu-Ito clasped their hands in front of them and said in unison. Then, they picked up the bowls and chopsticks in front of them. They chatted about things like, "What did you do yesterday? Why didn't you call when you didn't come back? How was your night with your classmate last night?" And other things like that. They watched the entertainment programs on the TV and enjoyed the food on the table. Although it wasn't as lively as when she and Yi ate together as a family, the atmosphere of the meal between the siblings was very relaxed and pleasant. About half an hour later, the two finished their dinner one after another. He took the bowls and chopsticks he used and went into the kitchen to wash them. More than that, Suzu Ito was in charge of handling it. Then, Seito walked to the side and sat down. He took out the English book, Say Magic, and carefully read it while the TV was still buzzing. "What are you reading?" After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, Suzu Ito came over to rest and asked curiously. "A Western magic book," Seito replied without raising his head. "Really? Let me see." Suzu Ito, who was curious about Western magic, said. She reached out and took the book from Seito's hand and read it in front of her eyes. "Say Magic? Sex magic? Little brother, are you sure this is a Western magic book, and not some adult book with the name of magic?" Suzu Ito looked at Seito with a strange expression. "I'm sure." Seito took the book back and explained, "Did you know, in the Western magic world, sex magic is also a kind of advanced magic. Its earliest origin can even be traced back to the female clan period. It was a product of the female reproductive worship and nature worship at that time. And in the female clan period, the women who could give birth to offspring basically had the incarnation of divinity. The tribe leader was even the incarnation of the goddess, so the female reproductive worship was also one of the branches of the goddess worship. And to be honest, the Japanese witch system, which originated from China, was also regarded as the sacred prostitute of Shunyu during a special period. It was even regarded by some folklore scholars as the original origin of prostitute. So that's how it is. Little brother, you know a lot. Suzu Ito, who knew the history of her witch role for the first time, suddenly said. "It's nothing. I've been to a lot of worlds and seen a lot of things. Naturally, I understand a lot more." Seito shook his head slightly and said. Then, he changed the topic and continued, "In fact, regarding the sacredness of sex, there are a lot of shadows that can be found even now. For example, the harvest festival that is still popular in the Kawasaki area and Nagoya area, the Brazilian Indians who usually reveal their genitals, or hang ornaments with obvious reproductive features on their bodies, the people of Yunnan in China, and so on." "But little brother, why are you looking at it?" Suzu Ito, who came back to her senses, asked with a strange expression. "I want to use this magic to meet a person," Seito replied, "or rather, to meet a god. I want to ask something from it." "Little brother, what did you just say?" "I think I'm hallucinating." Suzu Ito stretched out her hands and clamped Seito's cheeks, forced his head to face her, and asked with a serious expression. "You're not hallucinating. I really want to use this magic to meet a guy who can be considered a god." Seito chuckled. "Little brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think it's so easy to meet a god? Even Abe Saimai suffered a lot when he came in contact with the 12 gods who later became his servants. You actually want to meet a god's original will. Do you want to die?" "I don't agree." Suzu Ito pinched Seito's face and said firmly. Then, without any explanation, she tried to snatch the book from Seito's hands. Sis, don't snatch it. At most, I won't use it to meet my divine will." Seito quickly put the book into the Rubik's Cube world while looking at Suzu Ito, who was trying to snatch the book, and said, "I don't trust little brother who always causes trouble." Suzu Ito said with a stern face. "Is my integrity that bad?" Seito said with an embarrassed face. "You really do. I heard from Reina that you have a lot of women outside Yeye's back. This kind of unfaithful behavior makes me, as a woman, very angry." Suzu Ito looked at Seito and said with a smile. "Really, Reina, why do you say everything?" Seito said in a low voice with a depressed expression. "But from the point of view of the Ito family, you've done a good job." Then, Suzu Ito's expression changed, and she pinched Sei Ito's face and said with a smile. When Sei Ito heard this, he looked at Suzu Ito in front of him with a stunned expression, and he didn't know what to say. Sei Ito didn't expect that his sister's mind would be so flexible. She could even use this kind of reason to cover up this kind of thing. She was really powerful. Don't look at me like that. In fact, although my mother didn't say anything when she knew about these things, I think she has the same thoughts as me. Suzu Ito, who retracted her hand and sat back down, said with a smile. Should I say that they are indeed a family, or a family influenced by the culture of a certain country? Sei Ito thought in his heart. At this time, Suzu Ito's expression was serious, and she stretched out her hand in front of Sei Ito and said solemnly, "Well, now let's get back to the topic. Quickly give me that book, I'll burn it." "Don't, I got this book with great difficulty, I can't just burn it," Sei Ito begged Suzu Ito, and at the same time, he contacted one of the shadow doppelgangers that accompanied each woman in the Rubik's Cube to copy the book. However, there was a lot of content in that book. Even with Sei Ito's speed, it would take a certain amount of time to copy it. Therefore, Sei Ito began to act cute, and pestered Suzu Ito so that she wouldn't ask for the book for the time being. He wanted to buy time to copy all the content of the book. "Okay, don't delay the time. Hurry up and hand over the book, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing Sei Ito acting cute, Suzu Ito, who didn't know what he was thinking, suppressed the smile on her face, and continued to ask Sei Ito for the book. Screw it. Seeing that acting cute was useless, Sei Ito secretly made up his mind. Then, he contacted all the shadow doppelgangers in the Rubik's Cube world and gathered them together. He began to divide the book into dozens of parts, and handed them to each person to memorize and copy it. In this way, everyone's workload was greatly reduced, and at the same time, the speed of copying was significantly increased. At the same time, Sei Ito turned around and stood behind Suzu Ito. He put his hands on her shoulders, massaging Suzu Ito's shoulders with moderate force, and continued to stall for time. "Sister, let's forget about it this time. This book is a rare book. It would be a pity to destroy it like this. It's a Westerner's book, and it's such a dangerous book. There's nothing to pity about. Hurry up and give it to me," Suzu Ito said, unmoved. Chapter 950. Sis, you're too mean. Seeing Suzu Ito's insistence, Sei Ito pouted unhappily. He sat down next to Suzu Ito and stared at the TV as if he didn't want to talk to her. Brother, can you not act like that? It looks so out of place that I have goosebumps all over my body." Looking at Sei Ito's pretentious look, Suzu Ito deliberately crossed her arms and said coldly. Sei Ito, who also felt a little disgusted, shivered subconsciously. He returned to watching the TV and continued to ignore Suzu Ito. "Brother, I'm begging you, give me that book. I really don't want to see you in danger." Suzu Ito moved her body to Sei Ito's side, reached out her hands to grab Sei Ito's shoulders, and forced his body to face her. She said in a soft voice, "Do you have the heart to see me in fear?" Sei Ito frowned, but he still didn't speak. "Little brother." Seeing this, Ito Rin called out softly again with a sad look on her face. "Okay, I'll give it to you." After a moment of silence, Sei Ito pretended to helplessly turn back into a book and handed it to Suzu Ito. "That's my good brother." Seeing that Sei Ito was finally willing to hand over the book, Suzu Ito was overjoyed. She leaned over and kissed Sei Ito's cheek, then took the book, stood up, and walked straight into the kitchen. He ignited the stove and burned the black-covered sex magic book into a pile of black ashes. Phew! She looked at the black ashes floating on the stove. Suzu Ito let out a long breath and began to clean up the garbage. What Suzu Ito didn't know was that although Sei Ito gave the original book to her, a brand new copybook had already appeared in the Rubik's Cube world, and was placed in the library. As a reward for being obedient, let me help you scrub your back today. Suzu Ito, who returned to the living room, looked at Sei-Ito and said with a smile. Forget about that. Sei-Ito said with a stunned expression. It's rare for your sister to want to scrub your back, but you don't appreciate it? What? You have a girlfriend. Do you think I'm in the way? Suzu Ito, who sat next to Sei-Ito, said with dissatisfaction. No, of course not. I'm just not used to it, after all, you're my sister. Sei-Ito quickly explained. What's there to not be used to? You know, before you went to middle school, I was the one who scrubbed your and Lena's back. Suzu Ito curled her lips and said. Then, she glanced at Sei-Ito and said with a faint smile, Unless, little brother, you have other thoughts? What do you mean by other thoughts, sister? You have to know that you're a mature woman, and I'm a hot-blooded man. It'll be very awkward. Sei-Ito explained with a headache. Tisk, it's not like I haven't seen that thing of yours before. Suzu Ito said with disdain, but forget it, since you don't appreciate it, I'll save myself the trouble. After saying that, she tilted her body. She supported her head with one arm and lay on the floor. At the same time, she stuffed a pair of white, sockless feet into Sei-Ito's arms. She inserted them into his loose clothes and pressed them against his warm stomach to provide artificial warmth. In this way, Suzu Ito and Sei-Ito chatted idly, while casually watching the TV program on the TV. Until a few hours later, when the time turned to midnight. The two entered the bathroom and began to wash up, preparing to return to the bedroom to rest. However, while Sei-Ito was taking a shower, Suzu Ito, who had mischievous thoughts, suddenly broke into the bathroom, scaring Sei-Ito. Fortunately, Suzu Ito only wanted to tease Sei-Ito, so she didn't stay in the bathroom for long. She quickly left the bathroom and returned to her bedroom to rest. However, after the commotion, Sei-Ito, who was afraid that Suzu Ito would cause trouble again, quickly finished washing up. He returned to the bedroom in his unlined clothes, took out the disguised copy of Say Magic, and carefully read it. Well, at first glance, the content really does look like the dark holy scripture. After a long while, Sei-Ito closed the book and put it away and sighed softly. Then, he didn't think much about it and crawled into bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Sei-Ito, who wanted to finish reading the Say Magic in his hand, stayed at home for a few days, reading the Say Magic in his hand like a knowledgeable otaku. It wasn't until the end of March that he temporarily stopped reading, because he had an appointment with Kuraki Mai to meet her friends. He prepared to go to the appointed place to meet Kuraki Mai. The appointed place was a relatively high-end comprehensive entertainment club in Shibuya. It wasn't very far away. Even if he drove at a normal speed, it only took about half an hour. Not to mention, Sei-Ito used Flying Thunder God to directly appear in a nearby corner, so it was even faster to get there. He arrived outside the club in less than 10 minutes. I'm here, where are you guys? Because the location was completely chosen by Kuraki Mai and her friends, Sei-Ito didn't know which room was more specific. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Kuraki Mai's number. While walking into the club hall, he asked on the phone. We're in room 815 on the 8th floor. You can come in directly, Kuraki Mai replied on the phone. Got it. I'll be there soon, Sei-Ito said, then hung up the phone, walked to the club's elevator, and pressed the button to answer the call. Coincidentally, there was an elevator on the first floor at this time, so the elevator door immediately opened after pressing the button. Sei-Ito immediately stepped into the elevator and pressed the button to go to the floor. Ding! With a soft sound, the elevator stopped on the 8th floor. Then, Sei-Ito saw a dimly lit corridor with a grayish-black silencer carpet on the floor and dark cold walls on the walls. Sei-Ito casually looked at the surrounding environment and stepped out of the elevator. He searched for room 815 in the middle of the corridor, which divided into 2 aisles on the left and right. Soon, Seito found a door with a golden 8015 metal plate on the door panel in the depths of the corridor on the right. Dang, dang, dang. Out of courtesy, Seito knocked on the door. Please come in. Kuraki Mai's familiar voice came from the room. After getting permission, Seito gently pushed the door inwards with his palm on the doorknob. In an instant, a large LCD TV with an area of 40 to 50 square meters appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Kuraki Mai, Aine, Sanji Shisha, and several unfamiliar but familiar women appeared in front of Seito's eyes. You're here. Kuraki Mai stood up from her seat and greeted Seito when she saw him. She was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt, tight black trousers, a pair of black high-heel leather shoes, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Her long brown hair fell naturally under the light. At this time, Kuraki Mai was completely different from the first time Ito-sei saw her. Her skin and appearance had changed greatly. She had become younger and fairer. At first glance, Kuraki Mai looked like she had returned to her 20s, and this was because of her current appearance. She had followed Seito's instructions and consumed the 3 special potions at home. Ahem, didn't you want to see him? He's here now. Kuraki Mai stood beside Seito and looked at the women in the room. Let me introduce you. This is Seito. He's the man you heard from Aine and Shisha. Hello, I'm Seito. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Seito introduced himself to the women. Wow, Mai, I was wondering why you look so young all of a sudden. So it's because of love. A mature woman with long brown hair, who looked like she was in her 30s, teased him. Aine, what are you talking about? He's just a good friend of mine, Kuraki Mai said impatiently as she led Seito back to the crowd. Although she said that, no one in the room believed that they were just good friends. At least, none of the so-called friends outside the circle were pulled out by her to meet them. This is Aine Ono, my senior and my best friend, Kuraki Mai introduced the woman to Seito. Aiko Ono, who was introduced, nodded at Ito-sei with a smile as a form of greeting. This is Aiko Kitahara. Although she's my junior, she's like Aine. She's a big sister. Since he had started the introduction, he naturally wouldn't fall behind the others. Hence, Kuraki Mai pointed at a mature woman with short black hair who was dressed like a married woman beside Oino Aiko. Hello, Aiko Kitahara nodded. This is Ai Otsuka, my good friend. Kuraki Mai then pointed at a cute woman with baby fat on her face and introduced her. Her reaction was the same as Aine Ono's as she smiled and nodded as a form of greeting. This is Risa and Shisha's junior. She's also one of my good friends, Hatsune Okamura. Then, Kuraki Mai pointed at a girl who was about the same age as Ito-sei. She was only 1 or 2 years older than him. Hello, I'm Hatsune Okamura. Nice to meet you. Perhaps because she was the youngest here, Hatsune Okamura greeted Seito properly. As for Risa and Shisha, you already know them, so I won't introduce them. Kuraki Mai then pointed at Aine Risa and Mitsuki Shisha. Chapter 951. Among the girls sitting in the room, Kitahara Aiko announced her retirement, Ono Aiko became a professional music producer, and Okamura Hatsune debuted too late. She had to take care of her studies midway, so her popularity wasn't particularly high. Regardless of whether it was Otsuka Ai, Aine Risa, or Mitsumi Sunset, they were all very popular singers. Among them, Otsuka Ai and Hamasaki Ayumi were one of the 9 top singers of Aihue Records. If an ordinary person saw them, they would definitely be full of excitement and do something stupid on the spot. Fortunately, Seito wasn't an ordinary person. In fact, in terms of uniqueness, all the girls present together weren't as strong as him. Therefore, he was very calm from beginning to end. This made Ono Aiko, Kitahara Aiko, and Otsuka Ai secretly nod in their hearts. Their impression of Sei Ito became even better. Since they already knew each other, there was no need to be too restrained. Kuraki Mai took the lead and Ono Aiko adjusted the atmosphere. The atmosphere was harmonious and relaxed as they chatted. The main content of the topic was nothing more than, what does Sei Ito do? How old is he this year? How did you know Mai? And so on. Everyone was teasing Kuraki Mai's behavior of eating young grass. Hey, since you're a priest, do you know how to do divination? Aine Risa was particularly interested in divination. She even used a 6-star divination almost every day. After learning that Sei Ito was a priest, her face was full of interest. A little. How could Ito say, who had begun to dabble in Chimanduanjia, a secret technique that contained the highest divination technique, not no divination, but in accordance with the unique modesty of the Chinese people, he said modestly. At this time, because Sei Ito and Aine Risa were talking, everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. Then what kind of divination do you know? Aine Risa asked. 6 lines and plum blossom divination. Sei Ito replied with a smile. What is that? Aine Risa, who only knew about Western tarot divination, asked. It's from China. According to the lines on the Book of Changes and the innate 8 gowns, as well as the 2 divination methods formed by 60 jiazi. Sei Ito patiently explained. Oh. She nodded and asked, then, can you help me with the 6 lines or the plum blossom divination? Okay. Yes. Sei Ito nodded indifferently. What should I do? Basically, everyone was curious about this kind of divination. Therefore, under the gaze of the others, Nellie asked again. What do you want to know? Asked Risa's career. Risa replied. This answer wasn't unexpected. After all, he used 6-star divination every day, which was specialized in the development of the future tarot card divination. Risa's career. Ito-sei, who knew what the other party wanted to ask, nodded. He held the coin in his hands together and closed his eyes to concentrate. Seeing Sei Ito's performance, the others also subconsciously held their breath, not letting themselves make a sound, for fear of disturbing his action. After a while, Sei Ito, who transmitted his thoughts into the coins, began to shake his hands gently, and immediately, the sound of metal hitting echoed in the room. At this time, Sei Ito, who shook his hands gently, let the coins fall on the table. Dang! With the sound of the coins rolling and turning, the 3 coins finally stopped all their movements, and their appearance appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was 1 back facing up, 2 back facing up. This form represented single in the Roku divination. Xiao Yang, when memorized, was. Sei Ito, who memorized the situation of the coins, put his hands together, shook the coins in his hands, and then threw them on the table again. This time, the appearance was 3 back facing up, which represented Old Yang in the Roku divination. It was heavy when memorized, it was, then, Sei Ito still didn't speak. Once again, he gathered the coins in his hands, shook them, and threw them until the 6th time he took out the Roku divination. The top 3 lines are Zhenroku, Zhen Yangmeng. The bottom 3 lines are Li Roku, Li Zhongshu. Zhenroku is thunder, Li Roku is fire, it's thunder fire Feng Roku. Sei Ito, who took out the Roku divination, looked up at Risa, who was staring at him, and smiled. This is a Ji-Roku, but it's a small Ji-Roku. What do you mean? Hearing that it was only a small Ji-Roku, Risa quickly asked with concern. From the appearance of the Ji-Roku, you are now at the time when your luck is the strongest. If you want to do something, you can succeed, and you will gain both fame and fortune. But you have to be careful not to be too greedy. You have to be content with what you have. Otherwise, it's easy to be sad, lose money, and even get into trouble, Sei Ito explained with a smile. Because there are hidden dangers, it's a small Ji-Roku. So that's how it is, Risa said with a sigh of relief. It's all right. I'm someone who's easily satisfied. I'm definitely not someone who's insatiable. Then, Love Nellie said in a serious tone. Then there's no problem at all. Don't worry and do it boldly, Saito said with a smile. Seeing that Risa was done with the divination, the other women who were interested also asked Saito to use this strange divination method to divine their future. Seeing this, Ito-sei did not reject anyone. He performed divination on Ai Otsuka, who was now a mother, Aiko Kitahara, the retired Aiko, the famous professional music producer Aiko Ono, the popular singer Yushia Sanji, and Hatsuen Okamura, who was indeed older than him by a few years. After some discussion, he confirmed that she was indeed older than him by a few years. With this divination, Saito's relationship with everyone became more harmonious. He got their email addresses from Ai Otsuka, Aiko Kitahara, Aiko Ono, Risa Aiko, Mitsuo Shisha, and Hatsune Okamura. In Japan, although the phone number and email address are from the same phone, they don't contact each other. That is to say, if you only know the email address, you won't know the other party's phone number. Among them, Hatsune Okamura and Risa Aiko, who loved divination, even gave their phone numbers to Saito and added each other's note. After that, the people who became more harmonious were even more relaxed. They sang karaoke loudly in the private room, letting Saito enjoy the original voice of each singer for free. After a few hours, the people who sang left the private room and went to the restaurant in the clubhouse to have dinner together. Then, they said goodbye and left one after another, returning to their own apartments or homes to rest. How was it? Not bad, right? Saito, who was sitting in the front passenger seat of the sports car driven by Kuraki Mai, looked sideways at her and smiled. It was pretty good. But why do I feel like you're a playboy? Kuraki Mai tilted her head slightly and looked at Saito in confusion. Ito-sei, who had just been scolded by his elder sister a few days ago, immediately showed a speechless expression. After a long time, he helplessly spread out his hands and said, "Well, I admit that I am a carnivore." "You're right," Kuraki Mai said with an "I knew it" expression. "But don't all women like carnivorous men nowadays?" Saito looked at Kuraki Mai from the corner of his eyes and asked. This time, it was Kuraki Mai's turn to be speechless. At least among her friends, most of the women did like carnivorous men. Even if they knew that carnivorous men were not necessarily intimate, they would still throw themselves into the arms of carnivorous men. Kuraki Mai, who really didn't know what to say, snorted softly and changed the topic. Saito tactfully stopped talking about carnivorous men and changed the topic. Just like that, Saito followed Kuraki Mai back to her apartment. "Aren't you going to invite me up for a drink?" Saito looked at Kuraki Mai beside him and asked. "I don't want to invite a wolf into my house." Kuraki Mai rolled her eyes and replied. "But you, the big sheep, have already led the wolf to your door. It's no different from letting the wolf in." Saito reached out and wrapped his arms around Kuraki Mai's waist as he said with a smile. "Although I don't hate carnivorous wolves, if you're too active, you'll scare the sheep away." Kuraki Mai said. "So you're saying that I, the wolf, am going to walk away empty-handed again?" Saito pretended to be depressed after sending Kuraki Mai to her door. "Yes, so you should go back to your nest obediently and have a good rest. I'm sure you'll feel much better." Kuraki Mai opened the door with her key and smiled mischievously. "Even if you want me to leave, aren't you going to give me some compensation?" Saito pulled Kuraki Mai into his embrace and lowered his head slightly. He moved his lips close to Kuraki Mai's and said softly. Then, without giving Kuraki Mai any time to react, he gently kissed her on the lip. Kuraki Mai, who didn't resist the kiss, wrapped her arms around Saito's neck and responded cooperatively. "Okay, the reward has been given. Go back to your nest and sleep." A moment later, Kuraki-mai spoke softly with her moist lips reflecting the light. Okay, good night. Seito kissed her lips again and said, Good night. Kuraki-mai replied and waved at Seito. She turned around and went back into her apartment and locked the door. Seito stood alone in the corridor and looked around. When he saw that no one was coming out and there were no surveillance cameras in the corridor, he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the corridor. He returned to the shrine in Akizuruno City. Chapter 952. After the gathering with Kuraki-mai and the others, Seito, who had nothing else to do, regained his calm. Every day, he would either stay at home and read books, or head to the Great Merlin Library to secretly record books. Sometimes, he would change the rules in the dead of the night, so that he could quickly enter level S. Chen. On this day, just as Seito finished copying books and walked out of the Great Merlin Library, a familiar female voice suddenly rang in his ears. With a puzzled expression, Seito immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. In an instant, a young woman with a height of 1.7 meters with a slim figure and short blonde hair appeared in front of him. She was dressed in an avant-garde fashion in this very retro environment. Betty! Seito called out in a puzzled tone when he saw the woman's appearance. The woman was one of the 3 sorcerers that Seito had hired through Maria of the 4th Magic Agency as a magic consultant. She was outgoing and had the strength of a 1-star sorcerer, Betty Arnold. I didn't expect it to be you. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Betty strode over to Seito with a smile. You are? Seito asked with a smile. I suddenly became interested in potions recently, so I came here to buy some materials for cultivating potions, Betty explained. Then, she looked at Seito and smiled. Oh, right, I forgot to congratulate you. What? Seito, who didn't realize that he had done anything worthy of being congratulated, asked subconsciously. I heard from Ingrid that you became an official sorcerer, Betty quickly explained. Oh, so that's what happened. It's all thanks to your help. Without you and Ingrid's careful guidance, I might not have been able to pass the test so quickly, Seito said modestly. That's because you've worked hard enough. I can't stand going to the library to read books every day, Betty said as she turned around and looked at Itose, who was glowing with a faint magic light behind him. Oh, right. Since I met you here, I don't have to go to the association to find someone to team up with. How about it? Are you willing to accompany me to the Taipei forest to collect some potion materials? Betty, who seemed to have thought of something, looked at Seito again and asked with a smile. That place doesn't seem like a place for us to go, Seito said with some hesitation. Seito knew where the Taipei forest was located. It was a special forest in the south of the Great Merlin Academy. Originally, it was the seclusion place of an alchemy and magic magician, Taipei Crawley. However, during one of his special experiments, the intruders accidentally invaded the forest. Due to the unexpected intrusion of the enemy, the experiment had failed. Not only had the caster, Tuple Clary, suffered from the magic backlash and was on the brink of death, even the attacker had been heavily injured by the magical elemental tides produced by the experiment's failure. However, the most dangerous thing was the special summoning circle that Taipei Crowley had set up during the experiment. It was connected to an unknown dimension when the magic went out of control. At the same time, a large amount of magical elemental energy was released. It also attracted a group of powerful magical beasts from another dimension. This made the entire Taipei forest extremely dangerous. Anyone who was not a 2-star sorcerer or above could not enter. However, there were gains and losses. Under the influence of the magical elemental energy released from another dimension, many plants had mutated. Most of the plants in Tabor Forest had mutated, turning from ordinary plants to abnormal plants with magical properties. It had become a paradise for magic potion enthusiasts. As for the portal to another dimension that was opened by Tape Crowley's magic, it had long been sealed by the legendary sorcerer who was guarding it. However, Tape Crowley and his enemies, who were involved in the incident, were devoured by the magical beasts that rushed out and turned into something unknown. Don't worry, we will only walk around the periphery. We won't go too deep, Betty replied with a smile, as if she had expected Seito to ask. Okay then. Seito nodded and agreed, pretending to be hesitant. Seeing Seito agree, Betty laughed happily and beckoned Seito to the shared teleportation circle set up on Merlin Street. However, Betty, who was walking in front, did not notice that Seito, who was following behind her, had a serious expression on his face. His eyes flashed as he stared at her back, observing something. When Betty turned her head to talk to him, Seito's expression returned to its original state. He talked and laughed with Betty as they came to the public teleportation circle. He took out his bank card and paid the teleportation fee in a very gentlemanly manner. After that, he activated the teleportation circle and teleported them to a small circle located not far from the Tape Forest. There is still some distance from here to the Tape Forest. We can rent 2 good horses over there for transportation. Betty, who walked out of the teleportation circle, pointed to a place not far away where more than 10 horses were stored and introduced. Seito, who looked in the direction Betty pointed, nodded and went with Betty to the place where the horses were rented. The way to rent the horses was very simple. One only needed to pay a deposit and leave a magic badge that represented one's identity. Of course, the money was still paid by Seito. Giddy up! Betty and Seito, who had each chosen a good horse from the group of horses, got on their horses, shook the reins, and shouted. Amidst the pain from the whipping of the reins, the 2 fine horses neighed and charged forward at high speed. Nay! Just when Betty and Seito were halfway, Seito suddenly tightened the reins and stopped the horses. Why did we stop? Betty, who had stopped the horses after galloping for some distance, turned the horses around and slowly walked back. She was puzzled. Seito, who did not answer Betty's question, looked around and said, "This place is in the middle of nowhere. It's empty around here. There is no one within a radius of 10 meters. It's a good place to solve problems." Hearing Seito's words, Betty's eyes flickered slightly. Seito, who was looking at Betty, asked calmly, "Just tell me. Who are you?" "Chun? What are you talking about? How come I don't understand?" Betty asked in confusion. "Although your disguise is almost fake, and if you don't pay special attention to it for a long time, or if you know some secrets, it's almost impossible to tell the difference between you and the real you. But it just so happens that I know some habits that even Betty herself doesn't pay attention to. So, you don't have to pretend anymore," Seito said calmly as he summoned more than 10 transparent air bombs around him. "Chun, you're saying that I'm a disguise? Are you crazy?" Betty looked at Seito in disbelief, as if she was looking at a madman. "TSK, as expected of a professional. You have a strong mentality." Seito looked at Betty with disdain. "Unfortunately, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I don't want to be entangled by your people who will rush over after discovering the accident." With that, Seito ignored Betty and ordered the air bombs to fly toward her. Bang 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 bang! A series of explosions rang out. Large amounts of dust and blood splattered from Betty's location and spread across the yellow dirt road. Seito did not care if the blood on the ground was human or horse blood. He immediately waved his right arm and several wind blades flew into the white smoke created by the air bombs. However, the moment the wind blades flew into the smoke, a gray air belt shot out of the smoke like an arrow and flew straight toward Seito. Although Seito did not know what kind of magic the air belt was, he knew that it was not something good. He flashed and appeared behind the smoke, right behind Betty. In the next moment, due to their animal instincts, the horse neighed and kicked forward, only to be struck by the gray mist. The muscles of the horse that was hit shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, it turned into a horse corpse with only fur and bones remaining. With a plop, it fell to the ground, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Necromancy magic? Saito thought to himself. At the same time, he did not know if the other party was an assassin sent by the church. Although he was confused, Saito did not stop his actions. First, he clasped his hands in front of him and quickly pressed them on the yellow dirt road. In an instant, a large amount of blue-white lightning bolts flew out from Saito's hands and covered the ground beneath Betty's feet. It changed the terrain, and huge rectangular stone pillars rose from the ground. The corners of the pillars were connected to each other and formed a rectangular pillar with only an opening at the top, trapping Betty within. But before the square pillar rose to a certain height, a figure stepped on the ground and broke through the top of the pillar at an even faster speed. She chanted an incantation and released several strange pitch-black arrows that emitted a cold aura towards Saito. Saito did not think and immediately jumped back. He glanced at the holes in the ground that were corroded by the pitch-black arrows and charged towards the woman, who still maintained Betty's appearance. At the same time, he clenched his hands into tiger claws and released several lightning bolts at the woman. To everyone's surprise, Betty's body floated and she also used magic to fly up in the air. It was just that her flying speed was much slower than that of Itosei, who used telekinesis to fly, but it was more than twice as fast as the flying speed of ordinary two-star sorcerers using levitation and flying spells. Saito laughed mockingly when he saw this. He once again charged forward and instantly appeared in front of Betty, swinging his fist at her. Pfft! The next moment, with a slight explosion, Betty, who had been attacked, suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared in front of Ito Seiji's eyes. Chapter 953. P.S. Thank you to Blazing Feather and Where Souls Return for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tip. Before Saito could react, several invisible forces appeared on his body like ropes and bound his limbs together. Saito, who had no idea where the attack came from, tried his best to break free from the shackles while looking around for the source of the attack. Soon, Saito locked his gaze on the shadow he left on the ground diagonally below him. Around the shadow, there were several tentacle-like dark substances drilling into his shadow. When Saito found the source of the attack and was about to call for help, he suddenly felt his body become heavy and quickly fell to the ground. However, Saito's flying method was not the flying spell used by magicians. Instead, it was the effect of telekinesis. In terms of weight, it was much heavier than the flying spell. Therefore, after falling for a short distance, he once again hovered in the air. What a great battle technique! He actually used the defensive stone body spell to attack in this situation. Looks like he's an experienced fighter. Saito thought as he hovered in the air. Since he knew that the opponent was an expert, Saito did not dare to hesitate. He immediately activated his spiritual domain and began to remove the invisible shackles on his body. Under the dual impact of the spiritual domain and his powerful physical strength, the invisible shackles on Saito's body shattered with a bang, allowing Saito to regain his freedom. First, it's the necromancy spell. Then, it's the curse and illusion spells when I counterattack. Then, it's the shadow spell with the dark element. Is it a wizard or a sorcerer? Sei quickly landed on the ground. Itosei thought to himself, while guarding his shadow so that it would not be used by the enemy. His eyes wandered around to search for the enemy's figure. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a series of hand seals. A second later, the hand sign was completed. Wood release. World of flowers and trees. In an instant, a large number of dark green vines emerged from the ground within a radius of more than 20 meters with Ito as the center. They quickly grew and thickened as if they had been mutated by nuclear radiation. They turned into towering trees with deep roots and dense leaves standing on the ground. Then, new green teeth grew out from the trunks of the trees and grew to the size of a fist in the blink of an eye. Like a mature flower bud, it suddenly bloomed and released a large number of pink particles. The particles scattered around the area formed by the wood release, making the whole forest look like a fairyland full of illusionary colors. Ito's body changed after he finished wood release. World of flowers and trees, he turned into a wooden figure slowly merged into the trunk. "Let me see where you're hiding." Ito's senses were integrated with the entire forest formed by Mokutan, and he was observing the situation in the forest. "There's nothing?" A moment later, Ito, who had observed the scene in the forest, frowned and said, "Did they retreat? From the looks of it, the opponent is an assassin." Thinking of this, Ito knew that he would not be able to find the opponent's figure if he continued to stay here. He might even be blocked by the opponent's possible reinforcement. Ito immediately withdrew the yang attribute life energy that supported the survival of the trees, making the forest formed by wood release quickly withered and cracked. With a cracking sound, countless pieces of wood and sawdust scattered on the ground. Ito, who reappeared, waved his hand, and a big fire appeared on the pile of wood and sawdust on the ground out of thin air, igniting them and carrying out the final act of destroying the corpse. Then Ito didn't even look at the burning, and the sky was illuminated by the red fire. He directly used Taoist earth release to hide underground again, and rushed back to the town where he rented the horse. The speed of earth release was much faster than the galloping speed of the horse. Therefore, after a while, Ito once again appeared in the town where the public teleportation circle was located. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Ito took the initiative to find the horse rental company and paid the compensation for the 2 horses at the contract price. Then, he took the confirmation document and quickly walked to the public teleportation circle, paid the fee, and teleported to the street where the real Betty lived. Ito's sight changed rapidly. The next moment, the street was neat and clean, and the architectural style was very similar to the European style of World War II. However, at this time, Ito, who was concerned about Betty's specific situation, was not in the mood to browse at all. He stepped out of the public teleportation circle and walked quickly to Betty's residence. A few minutes later, Ito arrived in front of a European-style compound villa and pressed his hand on the prompt magic circle on the side of the door frame. But after waiting for more than 10 seconds, he didn't see Betty's voice reply or no message from the magic circle. Seeing this, Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately locked his eyes on the door in front of him and carefully observed the defense and counterattack enchantment on the door. Although Ito didn't have a comprehensive understanding of the magic circle system in the demonic realm, with his current level of strength, he basically understood the principle of everything is connected to one. With the knowledge he currently had and the breadth of his basic understanding of the magic circle system in the demonic realm, he quickly found the energy node of the enchantment on the door. He reached out his index finger that was filled with energy and quickly tapped on the node. Pa! In an instant, a soft noise sounded, and the magic enchantment on the door of Betty's apartment immediately lost its effect. Other than an ordinary lock, the door was exposed in front of Ito. Ito, who had broken into people's houses countless times, opened the door skillfully, pushed the door open, and walked into the apartment. He quickly searched for Betty's figure. Although Betty's apartment was very big, more than 100 square meters, and it was divided into many rooms such as the kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, living room, guest room, balcony, study, magic lab, and so on, except for the magic lab which had extremely high magic protection and couldn't be easily entered. There was basically no magic protection in the other places. So in less than a minute, Sei-Ito found a pale face in the study. Betty Arnold was lying on the ground with her breathing weak, giving people the feeling that her life force was weak. Sei-Ito, who finally found the person, quickly walked to Betty Arnold's side and squatted down. He carefully checked Betty's physical condition. Other than a weak heartbeat, there are no external injuries, but her mind power is chaotic and disorderly. There are signs of mind reading, soul searching, and other mind-related secret spells. No wonder that guy disguised himself so well, Sei-Ito thought to himself, frowning slightly. Then, he used his mind to put Betty Arnold into the Rubik's Cube world. He stood up and quickly left Betty Arnold's apartment. After reactivating the defense enchantment on the door, he walked straight into the public teleportation portal and hurried to the street where Ingrid Raphael lived. He quickly walked toward her house. A few minutes later, Sei-Ito arrived at the door of Ingrid Raphael's apartment. He reached out and triggered the reminder array on the doorframe. "Who is it?" The next moment, Ingrid's slightly lazy voice sounded from the array. Seeing that Ingrid was fine, Sei-Ito exhaled softly and replied with a smile, "Phew, it's me, Chen." "Oh, wait a minute," Ingrid replied. Then, the light of the reminder array dimmed. Creak. About half a minute later. With a soft sound, Ingrid, who was dressed very casually, opened the door and walked out. Then, as if Sei-Ito was not an outsider, she turned around and said without greeting him, "Come in." Sei-Ito, who had been here countless times, did not stand on ceremony and immediately stepped into the room. He casually closed the door again. "I think I heard you exhaling softly just now. What's the matter?" Ingrid, who had personally poured a cup of tea for Sei-Ito, suddenly asked. "You're quite attentive." Sei-Ito took the cup and put it on the coffee table in front of him with a bitter smile. Then, he looked at Ingrid, who was sitting opposite him, and said, "You've heard about the attack in front of Merlin University's library, right?" "Of course, I read the Magic Daily every day." Ingrid rolled her eyes at Sei-Ito charmingly and chuckled. Then, she asked with some doubt, "But what does this have to do with what you want to do?" "It has a lot to do with it." Sei-Ito sighed helplessly. "The main character of the attack was me." "You?" Ingrid looked at Sei-Ito with a face full of astonishment. After all, the Magic Daily clearly stated that the strength of both parties involved in the battle was above the level of a 1-star mage, and there might even be a 2-star mage involved. This was completely inconsistent with the strength of an official mage that Sei-Ito had shown. If Sei-Ito was not lying to her, it meant that he had reached the level of a 1-star mage, or at least a 2-star mage on par with her. In terms of speed of improvement, Ingrid was even more shocked than the fact that he was the one who had been attacked. "Then your level?" Ingrid hurriedly asked. "I'm sorry that I lied to you. According to the general level of the outside world, my strength is at rank A." Sei-Ito looked at Ingrid sincerely and explained, "But my magic level is real. When I hired you as my magic consultant, my real magic level was only at the level of an apprentice, and I had only been in contact with magic for less than a week." No wonder your magic level has improved so quickly," Ingrid said with some relief. However, she still had a bit of a grudge against Sei-Ito for hiding his strength. This could be seen from the way she inadvertently restrained the smile on her face, and became more serious. "Okay, I understand the situation. So, why are you here today?" Ingrid nodded and looked at Sei-Ito. "Just now I was attacked by a 2-star magus or warlock. Moreover, the other party was very cautious and did not reveal his true appearance. The other party had been using Betty Arnold's face to fight with me." Although Sei-Ito saw the subtle change in Ingrid's attitude, he did not immediately repair the relationship between the two. Instead, he continued to explain the business that he wanted to talk about. Betty Arnold? The woman who became your magic consultant along with me? Ingrid asked with a frown. Yes. Seito nodded and continued to explain. After the battle with the attacker, I immediately went to Betty's apartment to check on her condition. Fortunately, the attacker did not seem to have any intention of killing unrelated people, so Betty was still alive when I arrived. But now that you're here with me, and you're obviously relieved, does that mean something happened to Betty? After hearing this, Ingrid realized that Seito seemed to care about her, so she immediately felt a lot better. The emotions that she was feeling because of Seito's deception faded a lot. However, since they were talking about an injured person, Ingrid did not show a charming smile on her face. Instead, she continued to frown and said, Yes, Betty might have been affected by the mind-reading or soul-searching spell. Her mental state is very chaotic, and she needs to rest and mental treatment to recover. Seito nodded and explained. So after I sent her to an absolutely safe place, I left and rushed to your place. I was worried that something might have happened to you. After saying this, Seito got up from the sofa, walked around the coffee table, and sat down beside Ingrid. He reached out and held her hands in his palms, and looked at Ingrid with a sincere expression. Perhaps because she was touched by this sentence, or because they were still in a relationship, Ingrid did not pull her hands out and let Seito hold them. She raised her head and looked at Seito quietly with her dark brown eyes. Fortunately, you're okay. Otherwise, I would definitely feel very guilty. Seito held Ingrid's hands with one hand and stretched out his other hand to hug Ingrid's shoulder. He let Ingrid's head rest on his shoulder and said with relief, Can you tell me who attacked you and why? Ingrid asked while leaning in Seito's arms. It's the Roman Orthodox Church, and the reason seems to be that I'm blasphemous. Seito frowned and complained, but damn it, I don't even know what blasphemous I've done. I was suddenly attacked by the Roman Orthodox Church, and they didn't even give me a chance to explain. Damn it. So just in case, I want to ask you, are you willing to come with me? Seito calmed down and looked down at Ingrid in his arms. But I think it's much safer to stay in the magic realm than to go with you. What do you think? Ingrid gently broke free from Seito's arms and said softly with a gentle smile on her face. And if the attacker was only a 2-star sorcerer, I might not have failed. Ingrid said with a smile as she reached out and touched Seito's cheek. That is to say, you don't plan to stay with me and will continue to stay in the Devil's Realm? Itose pressed his palm against Ingrid's hand on his cheek and looked at her. Chapter 954. Yes. Ingrid nodded without hesitation. Seito frowned and thought for a while before nodding helplessly. Okay, maybe you're right. The demonic realm is indeed a good place to stay. Seito then let go of Ingrid's hand and turned to the coffee table beside him. He summoned some alchemy materials he bought from the Alchemy Association branch to the table. Then, under Ingrid's confused gaze, Abel began to reprocess the alchemy materials on the table. About half an hour later, all the alchemy materials on the table were reprocessed by Seito and turned into a pile of new materials with different shapes and sizes. Seito then used his finger as a sword and began to carve rune words composed of runes of Norse runes on the surface of the materials. Because of the various transformations of the rune language, and the large number of runes that needed to be carved, it took Itose a long time to carve a large number of runes on the surface of all the alchemy materials. Phew! After finishing the rune words, Itose let out a long sigh. Then, he picked up the alchemy materials on the tea table and started to piece them together. After a few minutes, a black hairpin appeared in Itose's hand. The hairpin was about 1 knuckle wide and 10 centimeters long, with some rune words engraved on its surface. Lower your head, I'll put it on for you. Seito turned to Ingrid and said. Even though Ingrid didn't know the specific effects of runes of Norse runes and the rune words composed of runes, it didn't stop her from understanding the meaning of the mana fluctuation that erupted from the hair clip. Ingrid's heart skipped a beat as she knew this hair clip was a rare high-quality magic tool. She obediently lowered her head. She let Seito lift up her hair and put it in the hair clip. Very good. It suits you very well. Itose looked at Ingrid, who had her hair tied up high and looked like a married woman. Thank you. Ingrid's eyes shined with love. It's nothing. After all, you are in danger because of me. It's my duty to make and give you something that can make you safer. Seito shook his head and said. Then, he changed the topic and looked at Ingrid with a smile. But if you really want to thank me, give me a passionate kiss. As you wish. Ingrid smiled seductively. She then wrapped her arms around Seito's neck and leaned forward to kiss him. Itoari, who was being kissed, didn't stay still either. One of his hands held Ingrid's waist to prevent her from moving, while the other hand slid down the curve of her body to the hem of her clothes. His fingers nimbly lifted the corner of her clothes, allowing his palm to gently insert into her clothes and slide up along Ingrid's skin. His hand pressed against her chest and gently rubbed it through a layer of sponge. You're mischievous again. Ingrid, who was slightly separated from Seito, reached out her hand to stop Seito's mischievous hand and looked at him with a faint smile. Isn't this my original reward? Seito pretended to be dissatisfied and clasped his hands. But you lied to me before, so this reward is cancelled. Ingrid raised the corner of her eyes and announced. Ah? You don't want to, right? Since I care about you so much, give it back to me. Seito leaned forward. He pressed Ingrid down on the sofa and looked down at her frivolously. That's another matter. No way. If you want to continue to get rewards, you have to get a certification. Ingrid was unmoved. Then she smiled charmingly and said, with your true strength, it's very simple. It's very simple. You just have to fulfill the condition of having me completely. It's already like this. Why are you still so hung up on the certification? Seito said gloomily. Because I don't want people to say that I'm keeping a pretty boy when I take you out one day. So be good and go get a certification. Ingrid patted Seito's head as if she was coaxing a child. Is the reason real or fake? Seito curled his lips and said. Okay, since the attack, my name has probably been put on notice by the higher-ups of the demonic realm. It doesn't matter if I hide it or not. I'll go to the association and get a certification later. Seito sat up from the sofa and said, but to be more prepared, you can teach me some level 2 and level 3 spells now. Of course, Ingrid replied with a smile as she sat up on the sofa and tidied up her clothes. Then, as usual, he began to teach Itosei the magic knowledge in the magic realm, as well as the specific 2nd and 3rd level spells. Thanks to Itsunari's highly developed brain and Class A strength, it didn't take long for Itsunari to learn a dozen level 2 spells such as levitation, agility, magic screen, fog, big fireball, windbind, as well as level 5 and level 6 spells such as fly, fire dragon, multiple fireball, windblade, and the advanced version of magic screen, such as magic screen, and other level 5 and level 6 spells such as flying, fire dragon, multiple fireball, windblade, and magic screen. Although I already know you're only at grade A, I still have to say that you're still very talented in magic. You're even more talented than most of the mages I've seen, Ingrid, who had temporarily stopped teaching, said with admiration. Haha, this is how I am worthy of you, Ingrid, right? Seito laughed without any modesty. That's right. That's the kind of man I can show off. Ingrid winked and chuckled. Okay, I'm going to the association to get a certification. You can wash up and wait for me in Gary. Seito stood up from the sofa and said to Ingrid with a smile. Okay, then I'll sit down and wait for you. Ingrid smiled and agreed. Seito didn't say anything else. He turned around and left Ingrid's apartment. He went to the public teleportation circle and paid to teleport to Merlin Street. Then, he walked slowly toward the Magic Association. A few minutes later, Seito arrived at the Magic Association. He went inside and went to the counter for apprentice mages to submit his certification application. Since Ito-sei had directly submitted his application for the 2-star sorcerer certification, there was only one 2-star sorcerer in the examination room. It was impossible for him to take the examination alone. He had to invite 2 other 2-star sorcerers to be his witnesses. Therefore, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Ito-sei was finally allowed to enter the examination room with the relevant documents and accept the examination of the 3 2-star sorcerers. Due to the fact that it was an examination that was beyond one's rank, other than witnessing the casting of magic, there was also an additional practical examination. The examinee would have to fight against one of the 3 examinees in front of the other 2 examinees, and their performance in the battle would be used to determine whether the examinee was truly qualified to become a 2-star mage, or if the examinee only passed the 1-star examination and was rejected as a 2-star examination. Seito didn't have any problems with the certification of magic casting. He smoothly passed the foundation exam and got an A rating. Now, let's begin the combat simulation test. Prepare to choose one of us to be your opponent. One of the examiners, a middle-aged man with chestnut-colored hair and a beard, said. He looked a little sloppy. Seito heard this and looked at the 3 mages. Finally, his eyes stopped on the fair-skinned man on the left. He looked handsome in the eyes of Westerners, had soft golden hair and blue eyes, and was in his 30s. I'll choose this examiner, Seito said. The named examiner smiled at Seito and walked to the center of the examination room. He stood 2.5 meters away from Seito. Let's begin, France said with a smile as he raised his right hand in front of him and prepared to cast a spell. When Ito-sei saw this, he didn't hesitate. He immediately recited the spell according to the casting technique taught by Ingrid and cast a fog spell in the room. In an instant, a white fog suddenly appeared in the room, and it became very thick at a very fast speed, covering the figures of Ito-sei and the 3 examiners. In the fog, the sound of Ito-sei and the blonde examiner chanting sounded one after another. Then, several wind blades flying at high speed cut through the fog and flew toward the oval object, emitting light blue light in the fog. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, several muffled sounds rang out one after another. The temporary wind wave formed by the exploding wind blades immediately blew away the fog around the light blue oval, revealing the true appearance of the light blue oval. It was the blonde examiner's magic shield. In the next moment, Seito and the blonde mage's voices sounded at the same time. Then, a fire dragon and a whirlwind respectively appeared in the fog. The whirlwind turned into a gust of wind, blowing away the mist completely, allowing everyone's vision to be restored. The fire dragon, on the other hand, twisted its thick and long body, and flew straight towards the blonde mage. The blonde mage didn't show the slightest hint of panic. He stepped back lightly and waved his hand to scatter a strange powder in front of him. In an instant, the powder suddenly turned into a wall of fire under the blonde mage's incantation, blocking in front of the fire dragon. Boom! The fire dragon and the wall of fire collided with a loud bang. The hot air from the explosion was like a shock wave that blew in all directions. Damn, it's just an exam. They actually used casting materials. Is this really a mock battle that a 2-star certification exam should have? Seito muttered unhappily as he chanted a spell to cast a magic shield. He then cast another spell and released a fire dragon at the blonde mage. Chapter 955. Yes. Ingrid nodded without hesitation. Seito frowned and thought for a while before nodding helplessly. Okay, maybe you're right. The demonic realm is indeed a good place to stay. Seito then let go of Ingrid's hand and turned to the coffee table beside him. He summoned some alchemy materials he bought from the Alchemy Association branch to the table. Then, under Ingrid's confused gaze, Abel began to reprocess the alchemy materials on the table. About half an hour later, all the alchemy materials on the table were reprocessed by Seito and turned into a pile of new materials with different shapes and sizes. Seito then used his finger as a sword and began to carve rune words composed of runes of Norse runes on the surface of the materials. Because of the various transformations of the rune language and the large number of runes that needed to be carved, it took Itose a long time to carve a large number of runes on the surface of all the alchemy materials. Phew! After finishing the rune words, Itose let out a long sigh. Then, he picked up the alchemy materials on the tea table and started to piece them together. After a few minutes, a black hairpin appeared in Itose's hand. The hairpin was about 1 knuckle wide and 10 centimeters long, with some rune words engraved on its surface. Lower your head, I'll put it on for you. Seito turned to Ingrid and said. Even though Ingrid didn't know the specific effects of runes of Norse runes and the rune words composed of runes, it didn't stop her from understanding the meaning of the mana fluctuation that erupted from the hair clip. Ingrid's heart skipped a beat as she knew this hair clip was a rare high-quality magic tool. She obediently lowered her head. She let Seito lift up her hair and put it in the hair clip. Very good. It suits you very well. Itose looked at Ingrid, who had her hair tied up high and looked like a married woman. Thank you. Ingrid's eyes shined with love. It's nothing. After all, you are in danger because of me. It's my duty to make and give you something that can make you safer. Seito shook his head and said. Then, he changed the topic and looked at Ingrid with a smile. But if you really want to thank me, give me a passionate kiss. As you wish. Ingrid smiled seductively. She then wrapped her arms around Seito's neck and leaned forward to kiss him. Itoari, who was being kissed, didn't stay still either. One of his hands held Ingrid's waist to prevent her from moving, while the other hand slid down the curve of her body to the hem of her clothes. His fingers nimbly lifted the corner of her clothes, allowing his hand to gently insert into her clothes and slide up along Ingrid's skin. His hand pressed against her chest and gently rubbed it through a layer of sponge. You're mischievous again. Ingrid, who was slightly separated from Seito, reached out to stop Seito's mischievous hand and looked at him with a faint smile. Isn't this my original reward? Seito pretended to be dissatisfied and clasped his hands. But you lied to me before, so this reward is cancelled. Ingrid raised the corner of her eyes and announced. Ah? You don't want to, right? Since I care about you so much, give it back to me. Seito leaned forward. He pressed Ingrid down on the sofa and looked down at her frivolously. That's another matter. No way. If you want to continue to get rewards, you have to get a certification. Ingrid was unmoved. Then, she smiled charmingly and said, with your true strength, it's very simple. It's very simple. You just have to fulfill the condition of having me completely. It's already like this. Why are you still so hung up on the certification? Seito said gloomily. Because I don't want people to say that I'm keeping a gigolo when I take you out one day. So be a good boy and go get a certification. Ingrid patted Seito's head like she was coaxing a child. Is the reason real or fake? Seito curled his lips and said. Okay, since the attack, my name has probably been put on notice by the higher-ups of the demonic realm. It doesn't matter if I hide it or not. I'll go to the association and get a certification later. Seito sat up from the sofa and said, but to be more prepared, you can teach me some level 2 and level 3 spells now. Of course, Ingrid replied with a smile as she sat up on the sofa and tidied her clothes. Then, she began to teach Seito the knowledge of the demonic realm, as well as level 2 and level 3 spells as usual. Thanks to Itsunari's highly developed brain and Class A strength, it didn't take long for Itsunari to learn a dozen level 2 spells such as levitation, agility, magic screen, fog, big fireball, windbind, as well as level 5 and level 6 spells such as fly, fire dragon, multiple fireball, windblade, and the advanced version of magic screen, such as magic screen, and other level 5 and level 6 spells such as flying, fire dragon, multiple fireball, windblade, and magic screen. Although I already know you're only at grade A, I still have to say that you're still very talented in magic. You're even more talented than most magicians I've seen, Ingrid, who had temporarily stopped teaching, said with admiration. Haha, this is how I am worthy of you, Ingrid, right? Seito laughed without any modesty. That's right. That's the kind of man I can show off. Ingrid winked and chuckled. Okay, I'm going to the association to get a certification. You can wash up and wait for me and Gary. Seito stood up from the sofa and said to Ingrid with a smile. Okay, then I'll sit down and wait for you. Ingrid smiled and agreed. Seito didn't say anything else. He turned around and left Ingrid's apartment. He went to the public teleportation circle and paid to teleport to Merlin Street. Then, he walked slowly toward the Magic Association. A few minutes later, Seito arrived at the Magic Association. He went inside and went to the counter for apprentice mages to submit his certification application. Since Ito-sei had directly submitted his application for the 2-star sorcerer certification, there was only one 2-star sorcerer in the examination room. It was impossible for him to take the examination alone. He had to invite 2 other 2-star sorcerers to be his witnesses. Therefore, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Ito-sei was finally allowed to take the relevant documents into the examination room and accept the examination of the 3 2-star sorcerers. Due to the fact that it was an examination that was beyond one's rank, other than witnessing the casting of magic, there was also an additional practical examination. The examinee would have to fight against one of the 3 examinees in front of the other 2 examinees. The examinee's performance in the battle would be used to judge whether the examinee had the qualifications to become a 2-star mage, or if the examinee had only passed the 1-star examination and was rejected as a 2-star examination. Seito didn't have any problems with the certification of magic casting. He smoothly passed the foundation exam and got an A rating. Now, let's begin the combat simulation test. Prepare to choose one of the 3 of us to be your opponent. One of the 3 examiners, a middle-aged man with chestnut-colored hair and a beard, said. He looked a little sloppy. Seito heard this and looked at the 3 mages. Finally, his eyes stopped on the fair-skinned man on the left. He looked handsome in the eyes of Westerners, had soft golden hair and blue eyes, and was in his 30s. I'll choose this examiner, Seito said. The named examiner smiled at Seito and walked to the center of the examination room. He stood 2.5 meters away from Seito. Let's begin, France said with a smile as he raised his right hand in front of him and prepared to cast a spell. Seito didn't hold back and immediately chanted a spell according to the casting technique taught by Ingrid. He cast a fog spell in the room. In an instant, a white fog suddenly appeared in the room, and it became extremely thick at an extremely fast speed, covering the figures of Ito-sei and the 3 examiners. In the fog, the sound of Ito-sei and the blonde examiner chanting sounded one after another. Then, several wind blades flying at high speed cut through the fog and flew toward the oval object, emitting light blue light in the fog. Bang, 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 bang! In an instant, several muffled sounds rang out one after another. The temporary wind wave formed by the exploding wind blades immediately blew away the fog surrounding the light blue oval, revealing the true appearance of the light blue oval. It was the magic shield that the blonde examiner had put up outside his body. In the next moment, Sei Ito and the blonde mage's voices sounded at the same time. Then, a fire dragon and a whirlwind respectively appeared in the fog. The whirlwind turned into a gust of wind, blowing away the mist completely, allowing everyone's vision to be restored. The fire dragon, on the other hand, twisted its thick and long body, and flew straight towards the blonde mage. The blonde mage didn't show any signs of panic. He stepped back lightly and waved his hand to scatter a strange powder in front of him. In an instant, the powder turned into a wall of fire under the blonde mage's incantation, blocking the fire dragon. Boom! The collision between the fire dragon and the wall of fire caused a loud bang. The hot air from the explosion was like a shock wave that blew in all directions. Damn, it's just an exam. They actually used casting materials. Is this really a mock battle that a 2-star certification exam should have? Sei Ito muttered unhappily as he chanted a spell to cast a magic shield outside his body. He then cast another spell to release a fire dragon at the blonde mage. Chapter 956. P.S. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong, Insta-Killing Tudo, Wangit, and NXCX for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tip. Since he had obtained the 2-star mage certification, Ito Sei naturally wouldn't waste his authority. The next morning, after messing around with Ingrid for the whole morning, he directly rushed to Merlin University's library and used his authority to look at the confidential information of 3-star mages. In other words, only S-rank experts could access it. However, Sei Ito clearly overestimated the authority of the badge in his hand. After he entered the exclusive area that only 3-star mages could access, he discovered that the 2-star mage's authority couldn't allow him to read all the information available to 3-star mages. He could only browse some very basic or vague theoretical knowledge and couldn't read the magic knowledge that he was looking forward to. It seems that the higher-ups of the demonic realm have made some precautions in this regard in order to prevent the mages from going too far. Sei Ito thought to himself as he returned to the original reading area and started copying the information again. However, the 2-star mage certification wasn't without its benefit. At least, if Sei Ito wanted to obtain some resources that were specifically controlled by the Magic Association, he would have a much greater chance of obtaining them. At the same time, it would be much more convenient for him to look for new theories and patents in the association. Just like that, Ito Sei's life returned to his home in Aquino City, copying books in the Great Merlin Library in Magic Realm, and studying magic in Ingrid's apartment. These 3 things formed a straight line. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed in this regular lifestyle. It was now May, and it was already summer. During this period, Sei Ito didn't know if it was because of the 2-star mage certification or some other reason, but during this period of time, the church's troops didn't break into the magic realm to attack him. There were also secret mages that came to ambush him like last time. This made Sei Ito feel very comfortable for more than a month. On this night, Sei Ito, who was meditating in the shrine in Akikuruno City, suddenly frowned and opened his eyes. It's finally here, Sei Ito thought to himself. Immediately, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the room. The next moment, he appeared at the edge of Tokyo Bay. Then, he flew over the Japanese sea not far away. He plunged into the sea. It hovered over 100 meters below the surface of the sea. After roughly observing the water flow in the ocean, the changes in the clouds in the sky, the circulation trajectory of the underwater chi channels, the stars in the sky, and the time and space at this very moment, and many other external factors, he used the Chimenduanjia, magic formations, magic traps, yin-yang technique, and other techniques he mastered in his mind to set up in the ocean. In an instant, A large amount of energy radiance flickered in the pitch-black seawater that shrouded the night sky, transforming into one dangerous offensive-defensive array after another. Sei-to was in the center of 100 meters. It turned this place into an extremely dangerous place. After a long while, after setting up the array one by one, Sei-to crossed his legs and once again assumed the 5 centers facing the sky cultivation posture in the sea. At the same time, he unfolded his spiritual domain that was close to materializing. It stuck to the surface of his body like a layer of special skin. As he adjusted his breathing, he once again entered the mysterious state of emptiness, awakening the innate spiritual consciousness that was hibernating in an unknown part of his body. Accompanied by the awakening of the innate spiritual consciousness that was still like a basic embryo, Sei-to's aura immediately changed. The sudden burst of invisible aura immediately stirred the seawater around him, turning the area around Sei-to into a dangerous place with turbulent currents. Then, the spiritual domain that was originally stuck to the surface of Sei-to's body began to expand outward. It expanded outwards to the limit as if it didn't care about consumption at all. Not long after, it expanded to the limit that Sei-to's spiritual power could support, enveloping an area of 1,500 meters with him as the center. The heavy pressure of the seawater, the pull of the Earth's gravity, and the countless information that was suddenly transmitted into his mind from the spiritual domain immediately caused a fine layer of sweat to appear on Sei-to's smooth forehead. Fortunately, he was currently in the state of innate spiritual consciousness. Whether it was the speed of processing information or the decisiveness of the situation, he was very calm and decisive. He immediately destroyed the useless information and focused on dealing with the spiritual domain. Under the control of the innate spiritual consciousness, Sei-to's spiritual domain began to emit waves of mysterious aura from the inside, transforming the nature of the entire spiritual domain, evolving it into the law domain that only a rank S person could possess. That's right. After comprehending and cultivating for more than half a year in the main world, Sei-to finally completed the correction and connection of the law power that he had comprehended when he devoured the world with the law power of the main world, officially advancing into the rank S domain. In fact, if Sei-to had focused on comprehending a law like an ordinary person, he would have been able to smoothly step into rank S as early as the time after he devoured Leluxia's world. Unfortunately, what made people envious was that he was not an ordinary person. Whether it was the way he started or the system of cultivation, they were far different from any existing power inheritance system in the main world. It was a special path that was unique to him and could only be explored by him alone. Therefore, from the beginning, he was destined to be different from others in terms of breakthroughs in certain stages. That was why it took him until now to accumulate enough conditions to transform himself, completing the transition to the peak of human and inhuman stage. However, the benefits of this situation were also obvious. As long as he broke through, he would smoothly cross the most unstable and long S level and directly reach rank S or even S+ level. He would also obtain a domain and law power that far exceeded that of an ordinary rank S expert, reaching the extreme point of being invincible among those of the same level. At this time, with the continuous transformation of the mysterious aura, Sei-to's spiritual domain began to gradually shrink. At the same time, a mysterious feeling that was clearly different from before spread out from the slowly shrinking spiritual domain. It was as if the inside and outside of the spiritual domain were gradually becoming two different worlds, making people feel very strange. However, as this feeling appeared, in the sky directly above Sei-to's sea region, a strange black cloud suddenly appeared. A layer of dark clouds that exuded an indescribable aura began to appear. The lightning within the clouds grew larger and larger, gradually descending toward the surface of the sea. This was the difficulty that most rank S experts who took the path of domain had to go through. The tempering of the tribulation lightning. The reason rank S was that the domain at this stage was clearly different from rank A's. The domain at this stage was expanded by one's own energy and spiritual force, as if it was a paradise that was completely suitable for one's body. It was a materialized existence. However, because it was a materialized domain, when it was displayed, it was as if a piece of flesh was dug out from the body of the world itself. For a child who was born in this world, who grew up in this world, who was basically born in this world, to suddenly dig out a large piece of his mother's flesh, it was an act of treason. Logically speaking, it should be an extreme punishment. However, a mother's nature was innately benevolent. Unless that person was really wicked beyond redemption, they would still leave a chance for the child to live. It would still leave a chance for its child to survive. This was the tribulation lightning. As long as the person who broke through withstood the tempering of the tribulation lightning, which was both a test and a punishment, the world would forgive his mistake and recognize his position. It would also allocate a small space for him to use, as if he was a feudal lord. As for how he would modify this piece of land when the time came, however, it was not a matter that he cared too much about. Under the sea, Seito's domain transformation was still proceeding smoothly. Oh my, it seems that another little fellow worth paying attention to has been born in this land. In the capital, in the old site of the imperial palace, a beautiful young woman with a face as fair as a geisha, whose eyebrows were replaced by 2 red dots, and whose lips were painted red, and who was dressed in a bright kimono, leaned on a large golden wooden chair and muttered softly as she looked at the Tokyo Bay where the tribulation cloud was located with great interest. She muttered softly, "That's right. That's 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 right. Lord Cubey, do you need me to send someone to investigate?" At the bottom of the jade stairs, a monster with a sharp mouth and a fox face stood upright and asked respectfully, "No need. When it's time to see him, he will naturally see him." Cubey looked at the fox monster with a pair of red eyes that flickered with a tyrannical aura from time to time. "Yes." The fox monster lowered his head and answered respectfully. After Cubey in Kyoto, 2 old men in a mansion in the Tokyo Palace and Chiyoda district also looked up at Seito's direction. Then, almost at the same time, the 2 figures flashed one after another and disappeared from their respective rooms. They rushed toward the Tokyo Bay at high speed. After the 2 of them, 5 more people rushed toward the Tokyo Bay from the directions of Hokkaido, Ise, Tiantai sect, and Jinyen sect. The S-class masters moved very fast. In almost a few minutes, they appeared at the periphery of the tribulation clouds one after another. They did not show their auras and stood in the void like ordinary people, looking at the place where Seito was. At this point, except for the S-class masters who might be hidden in Japan, the masters of the demon, Shinto, Buddhism, Ministry of Environment, and the royal family were all present. Hundreds of meters under the sea, Seito, who was fully immersed in the breakthrough, did not know what was going on outside. However, before the breakthrough began, he had more or less expected it. As long as those guys were not afraid of being seriously injured by the thunder tribulation and then being taken advantage of by the possible enemies, there was no need to worry about them doing anything unwise. What's more, the offensive and defensive formations he had arranged in advance were not to be trifled with. Although they might not be able to do anything to these S-class monsters, they would definitely provide him with enough time to smoothly escape from this place. As for the mental damage caused by the failure of the breakthrough, he could just find a random world cat and raise it for a year or so. It was not a big problem. Just like this, under the gaze of the 7 S-class masters, after several hours of transformation by Changde, when the sun was about to emerge from the sea, Ito-sei completed the transformation of his spiritual domain and evolved it into a domain. However, at this time, the spiritual domain that had originally expanded to a radius of 1,500 meters was only left with 600 or 700 meters. It had shrunk by more than half. Huff, now there's only the last step. Seito, who replaced his innate spiritual sense with his innate spiritual sense, exhaled lightly and looked up at the cloud above the sea. Then his body stretched out and once again suspended in the sea. Then, Seito's body suddenly rushed up, turned into a black shadow, and quickly passed through the 100-meter deep sea. With a splash sound, he broke through the sea surface, and then directly rushed into the tribulation cloud in the sky without stopping. Kacha boom! At the moment when Ito-sei rushed into the tribulation cloud, a thunderclap fiercely exploded, illuminating this part of the sea. Is this guy looking for death? In the northern part of the sea, a middle-aged man wearing a dark brown traditional kimono and dark green pleated trousers with a somewhat gloomy expression said with a mocking expression, "Amit-ba." In the southwest part of the sea, a monk wearing a yellow and white kasaya, gently turning prayer beads in his hand. His face was peaceful, and one couldn't tell how old he was, but he was indeed very old. He closed his eyes and softly chanted the name of Buddha. Apart from these two people, although the other three people's faces were somewhat strange, they still didn't say anything. They just looked up at the tribulation cloud and quietly waited for Seito's result. At this time, Seito, who had rushed into the tribulation cloud resolutely, was suspended in the center of the tribulation cloud. His eyes were tightly closed, and his brows were tightly knitted together as he supported the domain he had just transformed. He received the thunder that came from all directions, and received the thunder tribulation's tempering of the domain. Boom, boom, boom. With each thunder, the domain outside Seito's body trembled, and then some debris splashed out. While tempering the domain, it also compressed the domain's range. In less than a minute after rushing into the tribulation cloud, Seito's domain's range had shrunk by another 100 meters. However, although the virtual domain had been upgraded to a physical domain, it was still supported by Seito's mental strength. Therefore, while the domain was being tempered by the thunder tribulation, Seito's pure mental strength was also being tempered by the thunder tribulation. Under this powerful tempering, Seito's near-flawless mental strength, which had undergone the baptism of World Sea, the tempering of his state of mind, and the direct spiritual intercourse with Gaoqing Quanzi, was tempered by the strong tempering. The purity of his mental strength was even closer to the flawless state. At the same time, under the tempering of the thunder tribulation, Seito's mental strength, which had been very difficult to improve by a large margin, suddenly increased. The mental strength crystal in his mind that had settled down in an unknown space changed again. It rapidly transformed from a half-liquid, half-solid crystal to a fully solid crystal. Chapter 957. Under the continuous bombardment of thunder, 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Ito-sei's domain was no longer trembling under the bombardment of the thunderbolts. It was fixed in a position with a radius of 520 meters. It was like a solid crystal barrier. No matter how the thunderbolts bombarded it, not a single fragment flew out. It was emitting a dazzling spiritual luster. At this time, Seito, whose spiritual core had also completely transformed into a solid state, released his aura. In an instant, a huge gap appeared above the tribulation cloud, allowing the sunlight that had just risen not long ago to shine into the tribulation cloud. It fell on the crystal-clear domain wall and refracted an infinite amount of golden light. Seito, who was in the center of the light, was like a god dazzling. As if feeling that the tribulation cloud's thunder was no longer useful to Sei-Ito, the thunder in the tribulation cloud suddenly disappeared in the next moment. It turned into a simple dark cloud that slowly disintegrated under the gentle sea breeze. Sei-Ito, who had already retracted his domain back into his body, was once again exposed to the air. Looking at Sei-Ito, who was slowly descending from the sky, the vulture-clothed middle-aged man muttered in a low voice, "Lucky kid. Congratulations to the benefactor for enjoying the fruit." The old monk, who was wearing a yellow and white kasaya, gently twirled the prayer beads in his hand, congratulated loudly. "May I know how to address this friend?" Standing in the west of the sea, a short old man, who was wearing a dark bathrobe and looked to be less than 1.6 meters tall, asked loudly. His body was a little stooped, his head was bald, and his face was dignified. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Since he could reach S-class, he must be a master. According to normal experience, his age would generally not be low. Even if he looked young on the surface, he couldn't be arrogant. Who knew what kind of shrewd heart was hidden under the other party's young face? Moreover, in terms of rank, both sides were equal. As long as they were not enemies, he could definitely be called a friend. It's really a bit flattering. I can't believe that the head of the Ministry of Environment, Tsuchimikado Eugene, can call me a friend. Ito-sei turned to look at the old man who asked the question and said with an ambiguous tone. The old man who asked the question was during the Great Demon War in Japan. When the Kyubi army swept through Tokyo, Sei-Ito once saw an old man in the Environment Ministry team, the person behind the scenes of the Environment Ministry, the descendant of Abe Saimai, the head of this branch of Tsuchimikado. "You've seen this old man before?" Tuyuman Yojin frowned and asked. "I was fortunate enough to meet him once," Sei-Ito nodded and replied. Then, he turned to the other 6 people and asked, "Everyone, would you like to talk about your background? Before asking others to report their names, shouldn't you first clearly state your name and origin?" It was still the sinister-looking middle-aged man who spoke first with an embarrassed smile. No one present raised any objections to the sinister-looking man's proposal. They all looked at Sei-Ito and waited for him to introduce himself. "I'm Sei-Ito from Tokyo." Sei-Ito glanced at the sinister-looking man. He stated softly. Sei-Ito believed that although he only reported a name and place of origin, with the power of the people present, they would definitely be able to figure out the details of his origin very quickly. "Now it's your turn." Since the other party didn't give a good attitude as soon as he came up, other than the old man who was in the Kyoto enchantment circle. His family was in the Rubik's Cube world. As for old Chen's family, they lived in China. And Sei-Ito, who was protected by the National Security Secret Service, had no worries in Japan, so naturally, he wouldn't have a good attitude. In addition, he deliberately wanted to use this person to establish his prestige, so he spoke very disdainfully. "Boy, pay attention to your attitude. Although you're also an S-class in front of me, you're still just a little guy who's still wet behind the ears. Don't fail to understand your own weight and ruin your good future here." The sinister-looking middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said coldly. "It just so happens that I also want to try my new strength and see what level I'm at." Sei-Ito, who slowly released his aura, stared at the sinister-looking middle-aged man's eyes and said in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the field immediately stagnated, and it was unknown whether they wanted to see Sei-Ito's depth or some other consideration. The 6 people, including Tuyuman Yojin, didn't speak. They looked down, as if it had nothing to do with them. "Good, you have a temper, I like it." After a moment of silence, the sinister-looking middle-aged man suddenly laughed loudly. His eyes flickered as he looked at Sei-Ito and introduced himself, "Hokkaido Monster Clan, Masamune Clan, Crow Wolf Masamune." Seeing that Sei-Ito and the sinister-looking man, Crow Wolf Masamune, didn't fight, two human Yojin and the two men in white priest robes all showed a trace of disappointment in their eyes, but it was immediately restrained. Zhenyan's sect, Jingjing. Wearing a black Buddhist robe and a dark red checkered cassock, the middle-aged monk, who was about 50 or 60 years old, hadn't said a word since he arrived. His face was calm, as if everything outside had nothing to do with him, and he said in a deep voice, "Tiantai's sect, Huifa." The old monk, who was holding a bead in his hand and congratulating Ito Saito, said in a low voice, "Ayase Grand Shrine, Mingu." A man in white hunting clothes with a string of emerald-green jade beads on his neck and wrist that flickered slightly under the sun and emitted a faint fluctuation of spiritual power said. He had a dignified and solemn face, and he looked to be about 60 years old. His black and white hair was neatly combed back. Hearing this person's name, Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. Everyone present was a master, and Ito-sei's action was naturally not seen by other people's eyes. Everyone looked at the great priest, who also had a strange expression on his face. Izumo, 5th generation. The other middle-aged man was wearing the same white hunting clothes as Ming Chu. However, there were 2 jade ornaments and 2 stone talismans hanging on his waist. His hair was pitch black and neat. He looked younger than Ming Chu. He was about 50 years old. He was a middle-aged man with neat black hair. Izumo Shrine was one of the oldest shrines in Japan, and it was also one of the few large shrines recognized by the country. It enshrined the great god of the country. It was said that during the month of Shunwu, October, every year 8 million gods from all over Japan would gather in the Izumo Taisha for a meeting. Imperial family, Jio. Standing not far away from Tsuchimikado Eugene, a solemn man wearing luxurious clothes and an ethereal aura said in a husky voice. It was as if he would disappear from other people's perception if he didn't pay attention. Monster race, Shinto, Buddhism, the 2 sects, the imperial family, the environment. Everyone is here, Seito said with a self-deprecating smile. Then he looked at everyone again and said, "Since everyone already knows each other, why don't we disperse and go back home?" "Alright." Crow Wolf Tua Masamune, 5th generation, Jingjing, Huifa Jio, and Tsuchimikado Eugene looked at each other, and then Tsuchimikado Eugene took the lead and nodded in agreement. "Okay, then I won't waste your time. But before I leave, there is one thing I still want to say." Seito knew that the reason why they agreed so readily was that they planned to go back and investigate his background. However, he didn't care about this, but some principles still needed to be made clear in advance, so he opened his mouth and said with a smile, "My relationship with everyone is complicated, so I don't want to cause any unpleasantness with you on some matters. But if you touch my bottom line, I don't mind meeting you on the battlefield. You should know that when an S-rank character is shameless, it's very scary." Seito's smile, no matter how you looked at it, gave off a cold and dangerous feeling, making the hearts of the people present jump. "As for what my bottom line is, everyone is understanding, so I won't say more. Goodbye." Then Seito nodded slightly to everyone, and used instant transmission to suddenly disappear in front of their eyes. Seeing Seito suddenly disappear in front of their eyes, the remaining 7 people's pupils shrank at the same time, and they re-evaluated Seito's strength. At the same time, they were even more determined to immediately investigate Seito's background after going back, so that they could arrange some backup plans to prevent the people below from causing unnecessary trouble. And the direct result of this was that the Ito Shrine's Akikuruno city became the civilized law enforcement area of the Ministry of Environment. All the Ministry of Environment members who came here to work were as obedient as kindergarten children, not daring to have the slightest bit of carelessness. At the same time, without Seito's participation, Akikuruno City was under the control of the Ito Shrine. In the future, all the expenses of the Ito Shrine would be paid by Akikuruno City's treasury. Although it seemed like a big deal, in fact, it was not a big deal. The size of a city in Japan was similar to that of a county in China, not to mention that Akikuruno City was the smallest county in terms of size, with a population of only 80,000. In addition, the Ito family was not in the shrine, and Sei Ito's annual expenses were less than half a month's salary for a white-collar worker. In other words, how much money did he need to spend on cosmetic repairs? 1 million a year was an exaggeration, so the cost of this act of goodwill was so little, which really made Sei Ito feel a headache. Of course, in addition to this, the old man who was on duty at the enchantment barrier in the capital was summoned directly by the great divine priest. The great divine priest then promoted the old man's title to the highest level that an external divine priest could reach in the name of his hard work. The great divine priest also granted him access to the library of Ise Grand Shrine to browse the books at will. If possible, the Grand Priest even wanted to hire the old man to work directly in Ise Grand Shrine, but he was afraid that Sei Ito would misunderstand that he was holding a hostage, so he gave up on this idea. In addition, there was also the reward issued by the imperial family. The Ito family was given a new virtual string that was completely useless in modern times, and that was it. As for the two Buddhist sects and the Hokkaido monster race, unless there was really a good opportunity, they would not do it for no reason. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.